Welcome, welcome everybody. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. Hello, hello. How is it going? How is your weekend, everybody? Who do we have here today? I see Doran getting the Steam title of first for today. And that's the title of first changing hands once more. And also resubbing for 35 months. Thank you so much, Doran. That's such a long time. I really appreciate the support and the continued support, no less. And immediately entering the cheese zone to become 30% Kiev. Did you hear that sound from Mark entering the cheese zone chart? We have Kaz entering the cheese zone to become 27% more cervelle de Canu for a grand total of 120%. And getting an achievement for being the first to reach 100% cervelle de Canu. Nice. Ooh, Doran is watching a D&D session. Ooh, nice. Very, very nice. What do we have? We have me entering the cheese zone to become 29% more Caprice de Dieu for a grand total of 37%. And I think I saw a guppy redeeming hydrate. I will do that. Thank you for the hydrate, guppy. And also Doran. Free stream streak. Hey Mark, how are you doing? Welcome in too. Entering the cheese zone to become 15% Comté. Boop. 3 years in coming. Yes, indeed. 3 years. Wow. That is such a long time. I can scarcely believe it that it's been that long I've been streaming and that you guys have been supporting me for so long. I'm really blessed to have you guys. Okay, you heard the sounds. Okay, so I don't know what happened. Maybe Kaz was muted somehow. You got me worried here for a moment. I was like, what? Did I break my sound? You demand D&D. That... Oh, KSP? KSP is something I have been considering returning to, so that's definitely something we could do. Yeah, we could do that. We'll have to think about like how to make an interesting KSP run, but definitely that's something we could do. And yeah, a lot of pooping. It started playing around the time you posted the sound command before it was muted. Weird. Because I was hearing the sound from the start. Boop. So I'm not sure. Like, I was hearing it on my side. Maybe OBS had a glitch or something. I'll have to check the VOD if I remember. That sure is weird. You blame space radiation? No, the bot was doing everything fine because I was hearing every sound that should have happened. So if it's anything, it wasn't the bot, it was OBS's fault. Anyway, we're playing Alchemy Factory today. You heard the numbing when you got into the cheese zone. And you did so before Guppy, right? Yeah, you did so right at the start. Which reminds me, I should have a sound command for the first. That would be something I should do. Hey Vava, how are you doing? Welcome in. 25 stream streak, wow. That's quite a streak. I'm not sure anybody has such a streak at the moment. Maybe Kaz, probably Kaz, to be honest. But yeah, that's a very long streak. That's a lot of streaking in chat. Oh, Guppy probably has also a 35 stream streak. Or something like that, 36 at this time. Yeah, there are a few long streaks, to be fair. Yeah, I see you redeemed 35 last time, yep. So yeah, there are a few long streaks, but that's definitely up there. Waiting for it to roll over, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so we're back to Alchemy Factory today, and I'll be completely honest, I don't quite remember where we were. I know we were working on... gunpowder, which would be this machine. But I don't remember much about what we are doing about gunpowder. So let's see. To make gunpowder, we need an advanced blender, and we need to mix lime water, charcoal powder, and sulfur powder. So we have a bunch of advanced blenders in there. How many of them do we have? That's kinda tricky to say. But it goes until here, so that would be like, they're what, too wide? I think they're 2 by 2. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 per side. Yeah. So that's 12 advanced blenders making gunpowder. Twitch is twitchy today. Oh, have you been having issues? I haven't been having issues today, but that's good to know. Also, I'm noticing something here with the pipes. Like, what the heck? Why is this not connected? That's not normal, is it? Let me fix that real quick. I have no idea what is going on here, but I do not think that should be the case. What? Game, what are you doing? Are we good here? Time to restart with the latest update? Why... Wait, is there an update I missed? Let me check. Oh gosh. Did it change things? Library. Let me see. Alchemy Factory. On April 15th. Oh, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I think this must be the last update. So yeah, what do we have here? So we said 12 of them. So that would be 120 black powder per minute. Or 2 per second. Yeah, okay, so that's basically like 1 cycle per second going. So that means we need 12 charcoal powder per minute, 150 lime water per minute. No, per second. And 1 sulfur powder per second. And over here I see we have a bunch of extractors, which are no doubt going to provide the sulfur, the lime water I mean. So we need 150 per second. That's 5. Oh no, 5 times 3, so that would be like 15 of them. And so we have 8 of them on each side. Because, well, we need 7.5 on each side, so that makes sense. Okay. Then. Nope. Monkey. We need 12 charcoal powder per second. And we need... Num 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 num. Ooh, hey Idling Light, how are you doing? Entering the cheese zone to become 11% more blood Auvergne today for a grand total of 47%. Nice. Very nice. Okay, so 12 charcoal powder per second. That would be like 12 times 4, so like 24. Crucible and grinder per side. So that would be the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right. Oh yes, but we also need the lime powder, right? Which is coming from... Interesting. So it's coming from inside here. Oh, so we're doing the grinding on the bottom, I see. For that. So yeah, probably like... oh gosh. So we're running, what we said, 15 of these. Basically, we are running like 5 cycles per second. So we need 5 quicklime per second. So like 35 of these. You're doing well. How am I? I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 24. Yeah, so these are definitely for like limestone. I'm kinda confused here. I'm not entirely sure I haven't built it wrong, to be completely honest. Oh no, wait, these are... Okay, so these are the wood ones. Okay, so I have 3 floors of wood. Coming down here, coming down there. And then the stone. What am I doing with the stone? The stone is coming in here and then going down below and then being smelted below. I'm not sure I have enough furnaces for the stone. Oh hey, I think they changed that a little bit. Also, what was that noise? Was it like an upgrade or something? Hey, Dalhawk, how are you doing? What are we alchemying today? We're trying to finish the gunpowder design I had been working on last time. I was near completion. The problem is I don't quite remember what we were doing. So it's a bit tricky. They're converting the profits into silver and copper properly now. That's good. Makes it much easier. Much easier to understand what's going on. And not a bad day, hmm? Yeah, I think we got an upgrade today. Okay. Maybe we upgrade the fertilizer, I think. Oh, and we still haven't allocated everything. Interesting. Well, I guess we do that. Yeah, so this is the design that we've been working on. And I am trying at the moment to remember. I think we needed to like finish the top part for the most part. Which is about the wood. But I just basically am trying to remember what the heck is going on with that design. And it's not super easy. Oh yeah, also we need smelters, I think, for the sulfur. So that, like, we've nearly finished the wood and the stone part, but we're not providing sulfur down here at the moment, so we'll need to take care about that too. So yeah, we had calculated, so we have 12 machines producing black powder. We have 16 machines for the lime water, but actually we need 15. So that's like 5 cycles per second basically for the lime water. And that means we need 5 quicklime powder per second. Which means... well, we need... let's see... we need what, 45 crucibles? Smelting down the stones into quicklime, and we need 5 stones per second, which would be like 15 machines, I think. that correct? I think so. What's the ledger? Oh, interesting. That's new. We can see the history of how much we made and spent every day. That's completely new. Very interesting. And what do we sell the most? Interestingly, vitality potions at the moment. We don't sell that many diamonds or stuff like that. Maybe overall transformation potions? Okay, interesting. I think these are mostly limited by how much we produce, to be fair. Anyway, I'm on another tangent at the moment. Yes, so was it actually 45? I think it is. Yeah, I think that's true, because each of these are producing basically 10 per second, so we need 15 machines running. And each machine is going to consume 1 every 3 seconds, so 5 per second. But so this 45 is going to be half and half. So that's gonna be like 23 per side. Oh, okay. So like these 2 rows are enough of furnaces, and the bottom 2 rows are enough for the charcoal we saw. Okay, so the top 2 rows are enough for the stone. And so here we take like this floor's worth of stone to here, and then what do we do? Do we just go down 1 floor? No, we take like the 2nd floor directly here. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. So if I have a box here so I can see what's happening on this floor. Yep, that's all going to this elevator. Okay, perfect. And then I use this table so I can have my wood machine stood on top of this. And so I calculated that to make 5 stones per second, I need 15 stone crushers. And over here I have 1, 2, 3, 4, so 8, so I have 16 total. So basically I have 1 more than strictly necessary. Okay. Next step we need to worry about So we are producing 12 charcoal per second. And we saw that this is like 24 per side in terms of crucibles. So that's exactly what we have. That's the bottom two rows, right? Because each of these rows of crucibles is 12 long. And so now we need 12 planks per second. And each machine, each table, so produces a plank every 2 seconds. So we need 24 tables. So. And so on top here, we have... well, we have 3 floors of table saws, which is 24. That's perfect. And so then what did we do with that? We took... Let's see. Okay, so we merged half of the middle floor on each side, with this elevator coming up and this elevator coming down, with like the top and bottom floor of machines. And then we have 2 elevators going down on each side, so that's 4 elevators total. And these elevators bring... Oh, come on. The planks over here and over here on each side. Okay, that is perfect. That's what I wanted to see. And then, so over here, my charcoal is coming in here and going down there, where it's going to get crushed below and then sent back up somehow. And that's something I've already dealt with earlier. And as for the stone, it's going through this elevator to be sent down, where it's getting crushed as well. Okay? So all that is good. What I do need now, I think this is for my sulfur input. Sulfur powder, right? Because each machine... Yeah, each machine needs a sulfur powder every 12 seconds, so I have elected to have the grinder right there at the entrance of each machine. Did I? Yeah, that's exactly what I did. So that's where my sulfur is coming from. It looks like I have decided to have a separate build for the sulfur. So what we need to do here then... how do I go up there? Right, so I think the one thing I haven't dealt with yet is giving the right inputs to my machines. How do I get up there? I'm not nearly high enough for that. And no, I'm not talking about drugs. I mean literal height. Silly chat. Ah! This is tricky. To get on top of that build. Oh, maybe I did deal with that part then. Okay, so this is buying wood. Wood gets in there, goes to the table saws, gets in there, gets over there. That's all well and good. And this buys stones. Goes down here. Goes along in this elevator and goes along. Yeah, that's actually perfect. Okay, I said nothing. We have actually finished this part of the project. So the part that we do have left is manufacturing the sulfur. So this is going to require us to produce how much sulfur? We need... Well, basically we need 1 per second, right? We need 1 sulfur per second. And smelting pyrite ore produces let's see, a 40 per 960 second. Oh, I'm in caps lock. Well, that's not gonna work very well. 960 seconds divided by 40 will be more useful. 1 every 24 seconds. So we need 24 iron smelters. To make that work. The problem is we're going to be producing a lot of iron as a byproduct. And we need to get rid of that somehow. So what do we do with all this iron? I guess we could mix it with steel, with coke powder to make steel. And then make steel gears. Basically, we could produce everything iron with this setup. Like, is there anything else I can do with iron sand? Or I could turn it into money. That might be the easiest way, right? That might be the easiest way. I guess we could have like a priority feed where we make the build, make it into money, but we have an iron output that we will take as much iron as it can take. That might be for the best. Yeah, I like this idea. Right, so... let's see. How much iron are we going to produce? We're going to produce 120 iron every 960 second, but 24 times. So we're going to be producing 3 iron per second, is what this is saying. It's not that much, to be fair. I think we can deal with that. I'm confident we can deal with that. Alright, let's see. Oh, that's not a very good day in terms of profit. To be fair, we haven't sold that many diamonds today. Okay, so we are producing 3 iron per second in this setup as a byproduct for all the sulfur we need to be producing. Should we? How much did we say we were producing of this? 1 per second? Yeah, I think that's fair to produce 1 per second for now at least. $24 is a good number too. Okay, so if we have 3 iron per second, we are going to need, for 1 iron per second, we need basically like 15 advanced grinders. And we have 3 times that, so like 45 advanced grinders. Okay, that's the first thing. So like... I'm just sketching at the moment, so this is... If you're not used to my process, when I make a build, I have 3 steps basically in a build, if you're new here. The first is what I call sketching. Well, 4 steps. The first step is determining like how much I want to produce. What's my production line looking like? So that's what we just did, right? We determined that, okay, I want to produce 1 sulfur per second, starting from pyrite ore. So I'm going to be producing sulfur, but I'm going to be producing iron as a byproduct. And this iron, what am I going to do with it? Because I need to deal with it so I can produce my main product. I'm going to turn it into iron sand, and I'm going to be mixing it with soap powder. So we're going to need to produce enough soap and turn it into copper powder and impure copper powders that I can purify to make copper powder. And then my copper powder can be turned into ingots that can be turned back into money. So that's the process we're going to be going through And so this money can be reinjected into buying the pyrite, right? The pyrite ore, because each of them costs 11 silver, so they do cost a lot of money, but the byproduct we're converting back into money. So internally we have this loop that's going to consume the byproduct back into money. So we have determined that to produce 1 sulfur per second, we're going to need 24 iron smelters. And then we enter what's my second step, which is what I call sketching, which is I'm just going to place all the machines I need in an order, just to be able to see how many machines of what type I need for which step. So then basically making the bid is going to be arranging and connecting these machines in the right way, but I'm going to already be able to know what I need to have. So here we determine that for these iron smelters, we need all these machines to grind the iron ingots that we're going to be producing into iron sand, right? And the sulfur is okay, it's already the product we need, so that's fine. So we're just dealing with the iron sand at this point. And so we have 3 iron per second to deal with, so we have 3 iron sand per second that's being made. Because this is 1 to 1. And these 3 iron sand per second well, 1 Athanator, making copper, consumes 1 sound per second, because it's 6 sound every 6 seconds, right? So I'm going to have 3 Athanators. So let's place my 3 Athanators. Then it furnaces below them, and I think 2 furnaces should be enough for 3 Athanators, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Okay, and so these, we can set a recipe. You're going to be producing copper powder. Nope. What's the copy-paste of recipes again? Oh, here we go. Right, so each of them takes 1 iron sand per second, you see here. But also each of them needs 1 soap per second, so I need 3 soap per second. Soap powder, I mean. So to make 3 soap powder per second, I need, well, 18 grinders, but really I need 9 advanced grinders, because 1 advanced grinder works twice as fast as a grinder. So that's my grinders for soap. And I still need to produce 3 soaps per second. And that's going to be in blenders. And so that's going to be, well, 9 blenders, right? So where are my 9 blenders? Right it here. Aha! I need more iron. Ironically. Let's go back inside and go get more iron. Where am I going? That's not the way. That's the way. And this is my current iron setup. Let's see, what am I missing here? I could do with more planks. Why do I have advanced fertilizer on me? I really don't need that. No cork powder, to be honest. Let's clear that a little bit. My inventory, do I have bricks and glass? I guess I do. I wouldn't mind a bit more glass because we're about to consume a bit. So let's refresh on that. Maybe we can get... Oh yeah, we definitely need more steel gears. More nails, I suppose. 2 stacks is a good amount. Small gears I have a ton, big gears I have a ton. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a bit more planks. Generally I try to have at least 4 stacks of planks. Do I have stone? Not that much. So let's get 4 stacks of stone. I don't believe I need mortars at the moment. Let's see, do I have copper bearings? I have a few, but I could do with a refresher and then same for bronze rivets. Anything else? Maybe more steel? Yeah, that's about right. I know I need to find my way back up. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we were at the point where we needed 9 blenders. So these blenders, I can set a recipe, you're making soap. Each of you. That's a lot of soap. Are we sure about that? 1 every 3 seconds, so 9 of them, yeah. 3 of them do 1 per second, so that's gonna make 3 per second. And that's what I need to deal with 3 iron per second. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Okay, so 3 soap per second. That's like 600 linseed oil per second, right? And I need... Let's see, each of these basically needs 200, well, 200 every 3 seconds. So let's say every 3 of these needs 200 per second. And 200 is 4 linseed oil. which is 8 extractors. Well, 4 like units, 4 cycles per second basically. So that's 8 extractors. Every how much? Right, how much flax can an advanced fertilizer produce? So a flax needs 24 V, which is the fertilizer value. And advanced fertilizer provides like 144 per second. So an advanced fertilizer can make up to 6 flax per second. I'm pretty sure. Boop. Hey Montaigne, how are you doing? Welcome in. How is your Sunday? Nom 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 nom. Ooh, entering the cheese zone and becoming 38% more raclette today. Oh, that's a good number. For a grand total of 64%. Ooh, that's a good amount of raclette. I approve. I approve of this raclette. How is it going? Right, so we need 8 extractors. For 3 blenders. And that's a bit more than 1. That's kind of the problem here. So these 8 consume 4 flax per second. Oh wait, 4 flax per second, I can make 6. Okay, that's fine. So we can have like 1 machine making that. I can make 6 per second in a planter, in a nursery. And I need 4. So... And like for these like small units of design, sometimes we start connecting things at this point. But that's like really like small units. You're just about to go to bed, really, but you wanted to pop in here and give me a boop and munch on cheese. Have a great night, Will. Thank you for popping by. Yeah. And for booping and for munching. I appreciate you coming by. Right, so that's my 3 nurseries that are gonna feed 9 machines here. Each of them can feed an enhanced grinder, that's all fine. The only problem that's left is that we need 3 plant ash. Well, we need 3 plant ash per soap, so if we need 3 soap per second, we need 9 plant ash per second. Alright. And a plant ash is 3 seconds in a crucible, so we need 27 crucibles. Yeah, thank you, Mew. Have a lovely night, you too. Yeah, 27 crucibles making that. Well, we could go 9 wide. That's 3 furnaces, right? Which is the exact width of that build. So that wouldn't be that bad. And then go with stackable crucibles. Alright. Or we go with the end of day, I suppose that works too. Is that a new skill point too? I think they changed the noise for skill points. I don't remember it being that. To be fair, it's been a few weeks since I last played the game, so I could be misremembering. That's why it took me a minute to remember what we were doing. I apologize about that. But yeah, that's what it had to be. Okay, so that would be what I need to burn my plants. Let's real quick check on that. No, that wasn't a skill point. I'm not entirely sure then what the bell was. What is this bell noise? Does anybody know? We have blueprints. It's just an end of day noise, perhaps? That's weird. This might have been a bug. Also, it doesn't seem to... Wait, so if I look at this, does it say 1000 silver and 8? Or... No, this doesn't line up with what the ledger says. Weird. The heck? Yeah. Okay, so the ledger is bullshit. That's what we're learning here. The ledger is basically useless, apparently. Okay, so plant ash. We are making like 9 plant ash per second, and for each of them we need 3 crucibles. That's fine. And so how much sage do we need? So a sage is 36V. So we do the same thing as before. That's going to be 4 machines producing sage. That's 4 nurseries. So we can... I don't know. Whatever. For now, it's not a build yet. It can be like 4 nurseries. Okay. So yeah, we're making plant ash. We're feeding that to the soap production. And then once we have the soap, we are grinding it into powder and feeding it to the ethanators that make copper powder and impure copper powder. From there, we could smelt the impure copper powder to make bronze ingots. But I think what we're just going to do is refine it into copper powder. How much? So we're going to be making 15 impure copper powder per minute, so like 1 every 4 seconds. And the refiner processes 1 in... well, 1 every 3 seconds, basically. So that would just be 1 refiner for the impure copper powder. Where's my refiner here? Right there. Okay, so we send all the impure copper powder, all 15 of them. And we end up with 15 copper powder plus 7.5 copper powder from the impure copper powder per minute. So I prefer to work with this. So we said we have 3 ethanators. So we have 1 cycle. Wait, 3 of them? I'm producing 3 iron sand per second. Each of them deals with 1 per second. Yes, that's what. Okay. So 3 ethanators. That's a cycle every 2 seconds. So we have 1 copper powder every 4 seconds and 1 impure copper powder every 4 seconds. Okay. And this can consume 1 impure copper powder every 3 seconds. So that's fast enough to deal with it. And so every 8 seconds the impure copper powder produces a copper powder. And so we're going to have like 3 copper powder every 8 seconds, basically. And it takes 12 seconds to smelt 1 in a crucible. So we're going to need 2 crucibles. After that, fair enough. Well, we really don't need the fancy one. For 2 of them. So we said 3 every 8 seconds. And so, well, we need 2 processors for the copper coin, right? We're going to need 2 processors. Same as the crucibles. You're making coins. Both of you. Good, good, good. And I suppose these we want to convert back into silver. So at some point here we're going to need a bank portal. And that's basically it. Right, so we're going to feed nutrient into these nurseries. And sulfur into these smelters that we're going to buy. We feed back the money into the portal to buy the sulfur. And all the rest is taken care of internally, basically. So we just need to assemble that into a build that's somewhat consistent, right? Which is, in a way, the challenging part. But I think we can do that. So let's see here. I'm kind of almost thinking these Athanators could be on top of these crucibles. I'm pretty sure we can have... how does this work? Yeah. We can have this kind of structure here. And so potentially, since we have like a third space here, we could have space for the crucibles. And maybe integrate the processors and all of that basically on top of this. Because let's see, this is for the iron thingy. And this is for the soap. So the good news here is this is 9 wide, and that's pretty much the width of this build, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 even. Really? Oh yeah. Interesting. So that's even like less wide than this entire build. So we could have the two of them in line and just have a 9 wide build here. Which means we can... Nope. Cut this and paste it directly here. That should work very well. And you're going to need the plant ash, so that's gonna be the slightly more tricky part here. How do I feed all of these? Well, I could have my crucibles facing backwards. But that... So I could have this on top of that. But then that doesn't work with the Athanato ID. How about... Let's see here. Is there any point in having a blast furnace instead? Not really, is there? I mean, I could fit all the machines on top of the blast furnace, but it just costs more than having my 3 furnaces, so I don't really see the point. Yeah. Right, so over here, first things first, we can deal with the pipeline. So we can connect them 3 by 3. It's kind of how I prefer it generally. And then that means if we advance the pipes over here, then we can have a vertical connection on each side. And then we have these kind of self-contained units. I could tuck the grinders below these machines, but I don't much see the point at this for this build. For this particular one. What I'm considering here... Is it possible to have... No, not really. I suppose I could have like a tall... No, even that doesn't work. Well, or maybe I could if I did a small one and then a tall one? No, not even this? Huh. Curious. I could probably have like big lapstones. Where are they? Somewhere in here. If I look the z-axis, that doesn't work. That's interesting that this doesn't work. So I can do this. To be fair, this kind of gives me the z-axis reference of that floor, doesn't it? So if I need to bridge over that, I can totally do that. Okay, nearly 700. Not that bad. Not that bad for today. Right, so how do I bring the ash to this, I guess is the question. I'm kind of thinking... if we do something like that. So we have the crucibles pointing backwards. Then we could have like a platform here. And we could have like a group of 3, because each 3 of these feeds a blender, right? So we could have a group of 3. Oh, come on. And maybe something like that. And then have an elevator that goes up. I messed that up tremendously. Something like that. And then they all feed upwards. Right. Of course, over here we'll need the scaffolding. Well, not the whole thing. Let's restart cleaner, I guess. And then we have that. Right. And so this can work for the entire length of this. I kinda like this idea. We could have the planters technically tucked below. That entire thing. And so we'd need a little bit more space this direction for the grinders. And we need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That side. So technically we could just keep things like that, more or less. And somehow have like 2 pairs of nurseries feeding this direction. How much ash per second did we say we wanted? 9? That's like 3 belts. That doesn't fit into 2 belts. So that's the main concern here, which is that 2 nurseries don't fit onto a single belt, because 2 nurseries do... Wait, no. Did I say I need 9 plant ash per second? And did I mean that? Okay, so we need 3 soap per second. Yeah, we need 9 plant ash per second. That's correct. So we need 9 sage per second. And 1 planter is capable of doing 4. So we need 3 nurseries. Yeah, why did I put down 4 of them? So that's pretty much the same. We need 3 nurseries producing sage and 3 nurseries producing flax. Okay. We might have... No, we don't have quite the same problem on this side than on the other one, do we? Because we only need 3 belts in total. There's kind of an asymmetry here, which I don't completely understand. Each nursery producing 4 per second can feed 12 crucibles. Wait, 12? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's correct. And so... Each of them we're using to feed 9 crucibles. So technically each of them is just going to carry 3 per second. That's fair. Okay. Well then, I'm kind of wondering... if I shouldn't be having my nurseries basically under the furnaces. But then I have plenty of space behind, don't I? Which I could use, for example, for grinding like iron or stuff like that. It is a little bit tricky. These elevators could technically go higher, in which case I could have my grinder tucked underneath. How long is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 long. I'm kind of wondering if I couldn't have like the grinder blender combination on top of the extractors. Could also be a pretty nice combo. In which case we would have basically all the plants on this side. Which would be kinda ideal for this, to be honest. Because we don't really want the plants over there. Let's try. Let's try this idea. I'm out of glass. That's why I wanted more glass. Hey Pitaka, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for lurking. So let's see. So I have these. Next, I want... yeah, I can't really have that. Can I have these types of things? No, I cannot. What I can have, potentially, is something like this. This could happen. I wouldn't be necessarily mad about it. Okay. Interesting. Well, then maybe I don't want that. Maybe I do want this design. And so potentially this could have my crucibles below here. And all the plants below that. Okay. Yeah, no, that can work, I think. It has a slight gap to it. I can potentially make this slightly more compact. If I find a way to replace this stand. Because I could move this entire unit further down. That wouldn't be a problem. And I technically... Well... No, this can't just be 6 long, can it? It has to be longer than that. So I'm not sure I can actually make it short. Fair enough. Possibly that's the shortest I can get. Then maybe, okay, ID. How about we remove that one? And we replace it with that. Then we redo the pipe work. Like this. We connect these two. And maybe we have something... something like that. Not entirely sure yet how I make that work, but I will. Interesting. Would this fit on top? No, it does not. Okay, how about... these new variations? I think will be very helpful for that. Seriously, overlapping with what? You're not overlapping. What are you talking about? And now? Still overlapping. Oh my gosh, this is annoying. Okay. Well... don't overreact. I'm not meaning to destroy the entire thing. Okay, what about reinforced platforms then? No, they can't be short. That's a complicated one. I'm not entirely sure how to deal with this. Ooh, nearly 900 today. That's good. And how did the platform end up here? I never told you to actually remove it, place it. I didn't even click. That wouldn't work. And there's no, like, new variants of shelf or something like that, no. Of course not. Retractable beam? This could be. No, because I do need the pipe to be there. I do need the pipe to be there. Is there any way I can tile over that pipe? Don't think there is, honestly. Yeah, I was able to have pipes tucked underneath this single platform, but I can't have the single platform right here. Oh! ID. How about... can I do that? Yeah, I can totally do that. I can totally platform through the center of the bleak platform. Okay. We may be going somewhere here. So next, we can have blenders on top if we want to. And then we can have this behind. So this would work, and then we can have a belt. Like, we have the space for that, right? So then we just need to go and connect the pipeline and... I guess the question here is where do the pipes go? Because each of these uses 1 hash per second. So technically all 3 of these are a single belt. I don't need like 1 belt per blender. Yeah. Yeah, so this can totally be... something like that. Something like this. And then I can have... input belt. That comes like here. That's not a problem to have. This can totally be done. Okay, that's fairly compact. I don't dislike it. It's a lot more compact than this, right? Like, yeah, we'd have like 3 units of that, but that's 9 long. So it's gonna be a 9x9 type of build. And so these blenders now can be on top of this. No problem. And we've seen that, like, technically we just need like 1 elevator per floor, basically. So that makes things a lot easier. And that's the same for the input. It's exactly the same for the input. Technically, we could even... like, I don't have to have the pipe over here, so we could even have this elevator come through the middle here. Technically. I kinda like this idea. Okay, let's remove that. We can... have this come over here. No, it needs to go 1 further, sorry. Yeah. And so this... Ah, dang it. This one can be like... Uh-huh. And of course, like this can come from further below. That's not a problem. Alright. So assuming this is the furnaces... Well, technically my furnaces could come like to the edge of this. Yeah, I guess. Then we would connect down here on this level. That's not a problem. We can totally do that. So let's see. How do I arrange these? My outputs over there. Am I going to want the furnaces input on this side? I think that's a yes. I think yes. What we can do here is simply... Actually, we might even shift them by one. Yeah, I think we do have to. And that's okay because... we need this level access anyway. Missing iron, interestingly. Also, that's not gonna fly, I'm afraid. These need to be further out by one. And if I'm going to do that, do I really want to go with these scaffoldings? Might not want to. This is kinda tricky. This is kind of a tricky build. Okay, let's go grab some iron. First things first. So we're at the liberty to build whatever we want. Two stacks should last us a while. Although this is a very iron heavy build that we're working with. let's not remove the entire floor, maybe. So I'm thinking... Oh, dang it. Well, that was clever. I managed to mess up in exactly the same way twice. Kinda impressive, if you think about it. Okay, so these need to be here. I'm going to have, like, let's say, a floor like that, then we're going to have same floor above but connected to another one, etc. And the reason I pushed them back by one is that I'm going to need elevators to connect to the two upper floors. That's the only way this can work. Okay. Now at the end of this, I'm going to want to gather all the materials for each line and then elevator up, basically. I could technically just have like a beam. Might be aesthetically better, honestly. How did I place so many stones completely by accident? Right, so like this could be a beam. I would need to copy that. And have a second one. So this entire thing is going to be technically like 10 long. Is that it? And that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think that would be 10 long. And this is 9 long. That's doable. That's in the realm of possibility. So let's say we have something like that. So over here, no, not a table. Over here we have an elevator. Brings materials up to this one. This one would be at the center. We can have a block. And we do basically the same thing, but right here. And again. And this time 2 support blocks. And we just go up a tiny bit. And so these three can be like the inputs for this. Right? Let me climb on top. It's easier to see what I'm doing. Okay, good. So we can go and place these modules on top of that. And I think technically we'd have... Interesting point. This is too high. So maybe instead of this slab stand, we want the stand that's height 2 over here. Like that. End of day again. Oh my gosh. Time is flying by. Yeah. So I'm just going to tweak the bottom here. So it's slightly more consistent with what I did on the other side. And prettier, basically. It's just a matter of aesthetics at this point. Which is really all that matters. Okay, and this can be a fuel belt or wherever the fuel wants to come from, I don't care. And over here, the only thing that really does matter is this. Although I do have to have a support for the top, or maybe not. I'm going to need a support on the sides. I could really just... You know what? Do something like that. Right. So fuel comes from the center. I don't really care where. And splits everywhere. And so I can have my supports here on the sides. And really that's all that matters. Okay. Alright, so you connect here and there. Well, I might just fill you, to be honest. Might be the best option, actually. It's not necessarily a bad idea. It looks far better than a wall of scaffolding. Right there, I don't have a choice. This does need to be scaffolding. Although it would help if they were the same direction. Thank you. I can't believe they yet haven't fixed this bug. Like, it has been in since the start of 1.0, it's super annoying for anybody, and there's really no reason for it to be here. It's not game breaking, but it's annoying, is what it is. Okay, yeah. And then we take this whole thing. And we paste it right here. 3 times. Okay. That's good. So they connect here. So my plant ash comes from here, up there to the soap makers. And then over here we have the soap powder that comes out. How much soap powder is that? Isn't it like a lot? It's just 3 per second. So actually it should be fine. Yeah, it's just 3 per second. So we just need to feed these. But it's nothing dramatically complicated to do. The only thing... Okay, I'm considering splitting that into 1 high floors, so I can have the bottom for the fuel feed. And then on top of that, have like the nutrients that get distributed. Yeah. I think I kinda want to do that. So... I breaking anything? Not really. Okay, so that's what I want to do here. And then I'm going to want like a second one on top of that. Where I can deal with the nutrients. And then I can repaste everything. This I need to area select because it's full of pipes. Let's go. Okay. So, nutrients. This obviously needs to be a little bit of scaffolding. Why didn't it place? Oh no, it did, apparently. It just took its time. Let's try again. Okay, so if we say, okay, this is a belt of nutrient that comes in here from wherever. This feeds these 3 machines. Next we need these 3 nurseries. And I guess... how do I go about this? I mean, I could do... well, I'm out of ropes, but... I could sidestep, basically. I can't believe I still haven't redone the ropes. This is like stream... like probably 10-20 streams ago. And I haven't touched it ever since. It's like the second build we had for ropes. And really it's just the first build that we moved around at some point when we started building the floors. So it's basically here since we started the building. Which is why I'm very surprised that we're still using the same. But it does a good enough job so far. For a while I've been like, yeah, at some point we need to rework it, but I've never been like, okay, we need to do that right now. So it will wait. For us to feel an urgent need to do so. Okay. So this is my nutrient input and this is my fuel input. And this is my ground soap output, which can go directly into the ethanators. To be mixed with my iron powder. It's a pretty compact build. Like each slice of this is basically a soap powder unit. If you compare to like a soap build, I think we redid it? No, we didn't redo it. So like this is a soap build that's still making the soap, right? There are builds where we're making soap internally. That's much more compact. Do I have an example in mind? Yeah, over here we're making soap. So we have these 3 blenders for soap. But like this is quite long. I think what we just did here is much more compact than that. We probably have better examples elsewhere, but that are like an inside. Yeah, so this is an example of a build that's making some soap. I mean, it's still quite big. It's still quite big. This is a build that was making like bronze and stuff like that. Bronze and copper. So basically similar to what we're doing here, just very much a lower rate of it, I think. Okay, so like this is 15 wide. That's kind of a problem. One iron ingot converts to 1 iron sand. So my 3 iron ingots are just going to convert to 3 iron sands per second. So that's not such a problem. It's just a lot of grinders. It's just a huge amount of grinders. How many grinders is it? Per smelter, right? So 960 divided by 120. We're producing 1 iron every 8 seconds per smelter. And that's kind of a problem because it's not a multiple of 30. So let's see. I guess if we take... So 30 is 3 times 5 times 2. Right, so we'd need to consider 4 smelters that produce 1 every 2 seconds. And to deal with 1 every 2 seconds, we would need 15 normal grinders. Yeah, I think that's true. We need 15 normal grinders. For 4 of these smelters. Times 6. Yep, that's correct. That's 90 total. That's a lot. So 15. That's wider than these 4 furnaces. We could go, I suppose, with like 8. Eight advanced grinders we could do. Well, do we have to really? Not necessarily. Because we could have 2 rows. We could... No, but it wouldn't work very well, would it? 15 divided by 4, that's how much? That's like 4 normal grinders per smelter. We might be able to deal with that, actually. Okay, so maybe we use normal grinders for this. Let's think about it for a minute. Let's imagine we have a setup like that. And below it, we have this setup of 4 grinders that we're going to feed with like an elevator type of thing. Oh, but wait. No, that doesn't work, does it? It doesn't work. But 4 is also 2 advanced grinders. And that I might be able to do. Yes. Even this really goes away. Okay, so let's say I have 2 advanced grinders per machine, right? I put them on the side, in the middle, whatever. And then they take their input from the center, like that. And so I'm going to need blocks. Maybe I do want a tiny bit of scaffolding just so I see what I'm doing. And I can access the furnace if need be. Oh, come on. Okay. And so this belt sends to the 2 elevators, into the grinders. And that's my output. It's not so bad. At the cost of 1 height, it's not bad at all, I'd say. Because I need that many smelters anyway. Then the question is, how do I range them? That's going to be... Let's see... Oh! You know what I haven't dealt with? I haven't dealt with the fact that I need to sort the output. Or I could sort it later. But then I'd need to change this build because I would get sulfur powder at the output instead of just sulfur. It would be a little bit inconvenient to change at this stage, to say the least. So I'd rather do it earlier. Is that a possibility? I fear it might not be. Let's see. This is going to produce, what, 3 iron per second plus 1 sulfur per second, right? In total. So if I do 960 divided by 160, that's 6. And that's 6 times 4, that's the number of machines I have, yep. Okay. So I have a total rate of output of 4 items per second. Which is a belt. I'm just outputting a belt, basically. So I could just not care so much about like having a localized output distribution and just have this unit of grinders and smelters and collect the output from this, sort it, and then redistribute just the iron to the grinders for each machine. And this can be centralized for the sorting. A big concern here is going to be the space. Because how the heck do I arrange these things? Right, it's not exactly easy. I can't really like have something on top of them or anything like that to work with easily. I can't place anything on top. I could just have like a very long module. But I don't like the idea so much of having this module be very long. Or I could have like 3 floors. If I do it 4 units long, that's what, 12 long? Do I have a 15 long beam? And I fell. Good job. Very good job, Alastor. Let's try again. That would be more like 5 modules long. But 5 modules long doesn't work out very well. Actually, it's exactly 6 modules long, technically. I could go 9 by 18 and do 2 floors of 9 by 18. That's not a bad idea, actually. Then I can deal with the distribution of stuff on the side. And I have the whole middle to deal with materials like sorting. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we can remove this entire thing because that's right there and right there, basically. Just so I don't get lost, I might want to put the right plants in here. So, like, I'm already forgetting. This would be like the sage, and this would be the flax. Yep. So I need, what, 3 plants of flax, 3 plants of sage. From somewhere. I think I have some in storage downstairs. It's been a long time since we've set food downstairs. Can you believe this exists? Like, there's a shop somewhere in here. Yeah, look at that. It's fact. That's correct. Whee! Nope. No siege. Sage seed, flax, flax, and flax. Okay. Right. So we should have that covered. hopefully. Next. Okay, so how do I deal with this system? So I could have something like that. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Question being where my... I probably want my input near the center for the grinders, which would mean that the output of the smelters would be near the center, so I can have the sorting in the middle in these 3 space that we have in the center. Which does mean that we're going to have an output on the side. But that's fine, I suppose. Also, I'm kinda considering that, like, on the edges, we could swap these. The stones and the grinder. So we have an edge access that's available. Probably let's do that. Something like that. And so then we can be like, hey, we distribute everything that needs to be ground down, like, from one side, for example. Sure. If we pretend over here that, for example, we might have a sorter, let's see. Filter splitter, yes. Yeah, so that could be it. We could say, okay, you filter the sulfur, right? My sulfur is going to come on the yellow output, and the rejected part is the blue output, which is going to be the iron. That means my iron goes down, gets ground down. So far so good. And this is my sulfur up. And I'll need to do something with that, we'll see. Okay. Next. Whoops. Okay, so at this level we have the fuel input. So we can't have something right here, right? But the other levels are kind of before all. And right here is my sulfur and other stuff mix. Sulfur and iron, I guess. Which can come from this side. All the way from this side. If I wanted to. And on this side comes from here. And then, of course, we put something up here. A little something up. Yes, yes, we make a lot of profit, we know, we know. I'm kinda concerned we might be full of gold at some point. Let's go check actually real quick. How's our chest doing? Right, we did tell it to convert stuff into gold, so we're actually pretty okay. I mean, we almost have 1,000 gold, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. We have a mass in storage, we have malachite, all the potions, turquoise is no problem. On this side, oh, we even have a Saturn in storage. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Of course, the struggle is more with diamonds and stuff. It's kind of funny to me that these days we rarely see the shop. I think I'm going to move this whole thing real quick. I want it out of the way so I can build. I'm probably also going to move that one. I want to keep it for now, but I really don't want it in the way. Okay, good. Alright, yeah, a consideration with that is that thankfully we can have this filter pretty much anywhere on this line, and that's going to be useful, I think. That's going to be extremely useful. Okay, so let's pretend my fuel input's right here, for example. At this point, I think we go with that. And then over here, a belt. And then on top, We'll find a way to bring the sulfur. I mean, we'll have a belt or something. It doesn't really matter. And over here then, we will need a belt on this side, won't we? For the Grand Iron. It's not so bad. I guess it can come this way or something. Okay, so first things first, we need to copy that. And have pretty much the same module. There is a slime issue, a slight issue with that. Can't talk anymore, apparently. That might be a slime issue. But yeah, no, there's a slight issue here. Which is, how do I... Actually, never mind, I might know. Yeah, I'm going to need two filters, basically. Well, do I? I could actually just have a single filter, now that I think about it. Wouldn't hurt. I mean, in total, I'm going to have one belt of materials. Yeah, that's going to make things easier, actually, if I do that. So I could bring this whole thing in by one. Because I don't really need a second filter. Interesting. Yeah, let's do that. Because why not? Oh, come on. No? Right. Let's try again. Here we go. Uh-huh. And well, honestly, aside from that... I think I still need the 2 space here. Unless I shift even more the grinders, and then I have space at the edge to get this tucked beneath. That might be. Yeah, that might very well be, actually. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, so that's kind of the goal here. And I think we can achieve it. I think we can achieve this goal. First things first, let's move that over here. And so, yeah, we have an elevator here that brings down materials, right? I think we can bring it directly down to the bottom level. Oh, come on. Instead of having this intermediate level here with this belt, actually we can remove this entire thing, I think, for now. Alright. Yeah, so we want to feed iron in the middle, like sulfur somewhere else. So we'll need an elevator here to bring materials down from somewhere further up. This is not the correct height. We'll need 2 space for the sorter, and then 1 space so we can get the sulfur somewhere else. Right, so we need to gain 3 space over here. So this essentially needs to just be stone. We can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if need be stone. So we can actually have a 6th space if we want to. So yeah, why not? Come on. Why can't I click on anything? Oh, am I in mode 2? Yes, I'm actually accidentally in mode 2. So 1, 2. 3. And so this... Well, I'll need to mirror that, so let's do this right now. Okay. Oops. We have the bell coming this way now. Alright. Let's try that again then. So. Hello? Come back. Filter splitter. Okay, so we filter out the sulfur. Which comes out, goes back wherever it goes. And over here we have iron coming out here. Probably for like a little bit more symmetry, even though it's not gonna be perfect. But whatever. And technically we could even have the iron loop around, so we merge them. That's a consideration. And so this is gonna be, what, 6, 7, 8, 9 wide? Yeah, that's gonna be 9 wide. So that's not bad at all, I'd say. And then on top of that, we can have fuel management or whatever we want. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so maybe we can have my iron loop around right here. So there's no risk of like belt contact or something. And then it comes out. Amazing. Okay, so that would be... Okay, we can have the fuel line that comes inside. And then we have a 2 tall gap. Okay. So that elevator We know the height because it comes from here. And that's the furnace output. Right in here. And then we can have the input up there. This doesn't need to be here. And then we grab the furnaces. And we should be able to paste them. Oh, come on. Right there. Yep. All right. And so then the question becomes about repeating that. Basically. So we need to do that twice. We need a second floor doing the exact same thing. The annoying part here is going to be the structure. Because here if we say, okay, we bring up the fuel here, we can totally do that. I guess we'd need the sulfur to be transferred on the side. That's the best we can do, really. Right, sure. Let's do that. First, we want scaffolding. And so, yes, here, that's the belt we want. Well, technically, yeah, no. That's probably what we want. So, beams. Let's talk beams. This is actually longer than a beam. And I don't have any longer beams, do I? Uh-huh. I messed that up. Yeah, I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I went 7 long? Heck did I do? Well, that's awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. Okay. Right, so I have one too many of these. Oh gosh. Why did I do that? Right. So now I can do this over here. Merge it right here. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, we'll sort this out. It's gonna be fine. Right. We can have scaffolding back right there. Oh, come on. This is output, so I don't need this belt because it doesn't come from anywhere. And that's my fuel feed. Okay. It's not as bad as it could have been. Ideally, I'd want to have... like healers here. Ideally, I'd prefer to have this belt one further in, basically. And I should be able to do that, so let's do it. I'm just spreading it by one in case it touches and does weird things, but honestly it shouldn't. So, let's see about that. Can remove all of this. Not the floor. And all of that. Yeah, that should be fine. I just need these two belts to not connect. That's all. But, right now it's okay. I prefer that. That all reconnected correctly, yes. Okay. Much better. Do I want my iron output to be tucked in the middle a little bit more? I might do. Also, I'm kinda considering that maybe we might want it on the other side, so it comes out symmetrical. think I actually do want it symmetrical. Oh, come on. Right, so, that's my powder iron. And then I can just tuck it to the middle. Do I want to do that like one further in? Maybe. Yeah, why not? I think it's cleaner. And so then we cover this in scaffolding. And we just have to put back the furnaces. Okay. And so like all the edges are free to have infrastructure built over here. And this is 6, 7, 8, 9 wide overall. So it's below the length of an adjustable beam. Actually... Wait, is it a normal beam? Do I have a 9 long beam? No, I don't think I do. I have a 10 long one. So it's this annoying length where actually it's adjustable beam territory. But that's okay. But that's totally okay. And so now I can do this. Maybe I actually want it one higher. Yep. Because otherwise it's going to interfere with the belt at the top. Hey Wally! How are you doing? Voulez-vous coucher Alastor? Who wants to get Alastor to bed? Who's threatening to get Alastor to bed? How are you doing, Rolly? How's your Sunday beam? Knowing me, I barely started the stream. Yeah, kind of. We've been streaming for 3 hours. So, indeed, it's not been super long so far. I blame Elf. I was watching Elf playing Phoenix Attorney, And yeah, I got late because of Elf. That's a good excuse, isn't it? You're well. You hope I've been well too? Yeah, I've been doing well. I have. It's been an interesting few weeks. But interesting in a good sense. Not interesting in a bad sense. I think it's just a copy-paste, isn't it? Yeah, basically. At this point, I just need the exact same floor on top. Except I don't need the beams. Yep. And then I just need to connect them together. Good to hear, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about my last 2 weeks. I have been streaming a little bit less as a result, but for good reasons, so hopefully it's gonna be good news in a little while. I am hopeful. How are you doing? We might still need a little bit of something on top, because then there's the question, how do we bring the sulfur to these? I guess I could... let me put down some boxes. I'm going to need to go climb on top. Ah! And of course climbing generally for me means falling. Right. So this could be reverted. If I do that, then I can belt down over here to have like my sulfur being distributed there. So I can do that. Let's do it. Do I need... Yeah, whatever. Oh my, I'm having a little bit of allergies. That's maybe the one negative thing, is that allergies are coming. It is starting to be the season for me. And yeah, that's always a little bit complicated when you want to stream and you're having allergies and you're sneezing all over the place and stuff like that. Alright, so we have this. We're going to want to bring fuel upwards. So the block behind that isn't free. I could say, okay, have fuel that comes in here. And it splits below. That's something I could do. Ooh. I still don't know what this noise is. It's new. And I'm not quite sure what it is. And why did it happen twice this time? It's not the upgrades being available. I really don't know what this is. Oh, also, transmuter harness the power of transmutation potions to reshape a human body to any item. Interesting. A steam boiler. Convert heat into high pressure steam. Output rate is adjustable. Steam heating pad. A fuel preheated station. It is steam to heat the equipment above. Ah. Oh. Oh gosh. That's new too. Capable of brief flight. I wonder if that's going to be like some kind of new mode of transportation. The fact that there's a description tells me we can use it. Maybe. I didn't realize there were new technologies available. And this has a price, so we can also sell it. Well, I guess we might as well research these. Right. I can't quite queue this up. So we'll have to wait, but yeah. Yeah, I still don't know what the dealing noise is. Maybe it's quests? Let me have a look. Game manual updated with new content. I don't care about loans. Transmuter. Reshapes your body into any item, load a transformation potion in the desired item, and step inside to activate. That's weird. After transforming, interact with the transmuter again to revert. You can also use the unstuck function to force a revert. That's extremely weird. $20p per second. Okay, so that's gonna be very compact, but very... high heat consumption, basically, I think. We'll try. Oh yeah, we finished these arches last time. Quite proud of them. The fuel is not looking great. No, it's okay because we're designing the next fuel, so... Right, so if... what's the new material? Aha! Steam. Right, that has a heat value of 20p. I see. So yeah, this has like the surface of a furnace. Interesting, that's going to be copper ingots. I don't have anything else that uses copper ingots either, I think. I don't have them on me. And I don't know that I store them anywhere. Do I? Yeah, no, I don't think I store them anywhere. I have bronze ingots here. But I guess any copper ingots I have basically go straight to the coins at the moment. Because that's how things are designed. So that might be a problem. But yeah, I have this steam heating pad. And so it consumes like 20 times more heat than a furnace. But it is 3 times smaller. 3 times more compact. And then we have the boiler. And the boiler needs to be built on a device. Right. So if you use a furnace for the boiler, for example, you're going to be able to convert a lot of fuel into steam at a very compact location at the cost of like 1 per second. But then you consume a lot of that steam, run the other heating pad. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to use that, to be honest. I'm not completely convinced I'm going to use them ever. I mean, it would help making these builds a little bit more compact. But honestly, not that much. Hey Mastani, how are you doing? How's your Sunday? Like we would have like 1, 2, 3. So we would remove 6 levels of height in a build like that. It's not even an entire floor. So it's not that much of a gain, to be honest. You want to know how to you can compact more cheese in you. Are you at the right place? I think I might be able to help. And hey Zeta! Oh, Mastani and a Zeta coming in right after the other. What a surprise! How are you doing, Zeta? Let's see, what did you guys get? Mastani got 20% Beaufort, not bad, not bad, for a grand total of 50%, and Zeta got 32% Carré du Triev for the first time. Nice. You've been spending a lot of time in Oceanias. I haven't played or watched much of it, I think. Hang on, let me check it out. I don't quite remember what Oceanias is. I think I have seen a little bit of it. Maybe not actually. Yeah, I don't remember seeing this game pretty much at all. Sci-fi survival crafting colony team. That reminds me a lot of like a mix between Aloft and Raft, if that makes sense. Is that a good comparison? You think your almost 1 AM warning got lost? It did. Thank you for the warning. It's like Don't Starve on an island. Ah, more like Don't Starve, so more survival oriented. Graphics remind you of it, but not the gameplay. Okay. Yeah, from like the very little I've seen, it kinda looks more like exploration survival and a little bit of building. It's a colony builder. Okay. Yeah, it looks interesting. It does look interesting. Maybe I need to give it a look at some point. But then again, it's another game in the long list of games I need to give a look at some point. But yeah, over here we are making sulfur. We're making sulfur. We have made last time this whole build that's going to take a sulfur input and use it to, and money of course, and use them to produce black powder. And so we need to produce sulfur, which on paper, if you look at it initially, it looks kinda easy. You take pyrite and you put it in a smelter and you get sulfur, but then you get a ton of iron. And so you need to deal with the iron. So what we're currently doing is that we are taking this iron, we're converting it to bronze. Or what we're preparing to do is, well, we convert it to copper, I mean, not bronze, and then back to coin. That's what we're going to do. So we have this soap build that's going to be necessary to make copper with the iron, and a lot of grinding down the iron and stuff like that, and sorting stuff. So yeah, that's the process we have engaged in. You're lurking while preparing to bed. Yeah, have a nice time preparing to bed. The raft aspect is that as you build on a floating island, on a sunken world, has more exploration, expedition, crafting automation, as in priorities, managed job, like in Oni or RimWorld. Okay. Interesting. Ooh, thanks for the hydrate, Guppy. And the posture check, and the stretcher. Yeah, a nice little stretchy for everybody. So yeah, that's what we've been working on today. And so what we have over here is this module that's smelters. All the smelters we need are over here. So we have 24 smelters here, which is what we need to get enough sulfur for that. We need 1 sulfur per second. So we're going to feed over here the pyrite. So it's going to come down in this belt into the smelters. Then the mix of sulfur and iron goes out here. Goes down, gets sorted below. And then the iron gets sent to these grinders and ground down to iron powder, which goes out here. And then the sulfur is just looped back out over here. And we have the same on top here. And out of this whole thing, we're going to get 3 iron powder per second. And 1 sulfur per second. So we can merge these. Actually, we could... We could get these over here. Might be useful. It's not entirely symmetrical, but I think it will be easier to work with, so let's do that. I can sacrifice symmetry a little bit from time to time. Nope. Right, so you see that's the filter. That's filtering out the sulfur that comes back out here. What we can do on this floor is actually have my belts come like this we have an elevator here, so we're not conflicting with anything. And then like this, we can have that. Yep. And we put this back. Make it. I can't do it. Oh, come on. Aha! It worked! Oh no, end of day already. Oh, Guppy, actually, while you're here, you're maybe a little bit more up to date than me with the game. Do you know what the bell that you have during the end of day sequence sometimes mean? Because I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so that works. So that's my iron and my sulfur. Uh-huh. Over here. How do I do this? I think there's no easy way to do it, really. So I need to split my fuel. And I have no way over here to do that. I mean, maybe, possibly. Oh no, I'm stuck. Actually, I can remove these. Not this. But these, yes. Most definitely. Oh, that's so good. Okay, wait, hang on. Maybe I do have a way to make it work. Because technically there's a lot of space here that I could do stuff with. I do have an elevator here, so there's no way I can get something through that. Good to know. So maybe it's not as easy as I thought for a moment. I'm not sure we have the same definition of a lot of space. I mean... like, there is an entire level here that we're not using at all, right? So I could possibly have the fuel that goes back and goes back out, that goes over there and comes back out, for example. I have like 2 floors of here that I'm not using at all, so same, I could have belts in there, you know? That's what I mean when I say a lot of space. I mean, yeah, obviously it's not like hundreds of blocks, but it's definitely something I could work with. To achieve something that might otherwise be difficult. Because so my problem here, I don't know if that's clear for everybody. I have a fuel belt that needs to come here and that needs to come to this belt right here. So I can feed these furnaces. So I need to split my fuel in 2. And generally, like, if you have, I don't know, an elevator that comes from somewhere that's bringing you fuel, let's say you have that. You arrive on a platform, you have a belt that goes here. If you want to split this, well, you can split it, but then your next elevator is not on top of that, so you need a structure here to hold another elevator. Whoop. To maybe do that, and then you can go up further. Or something like that. So that's not super easy, and that takes... like, that would mean adding a structure holding something over here. So if I want to, like, for example, stack this on top of something, say maybe on top of this, for example, or behind it, or whatever. It's not great. Another way to do that would be to have my initial elevator coming here. Was my platform right here. Maybe I have 2 platforms. Then to have like a splitter, for example. And then I have a belt that goes and does stuff. And then here on top of that, I can have an elevator that allows me to come back. And then this can be like block. And an elevator that goes further up. But this takes 2 spaces at least, plus like some extra space here. And over here I only have 1 space. So I need to have my structure further back out. So that's not very convenient for me either. And I don't have, like, I have these 2 blocks here, but I have something behind them. So I cannot exactly, like, have something that pokes inside, right? But what I could do, maybe, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I could do, could be to have my belt that arrives here does whatever it has to do, and then at the end, doubles back. And that's literally only costs a vertical space and having one space available at the end. And so I do have that kind of vertical space here. That's definitely something I should be able to do, I think. So, like, if we, like, cut out this furnace to see what's behind, you see that... actually... I kinda messed that up, didn't I? Good thing I looked, because I definitely do need a furnace right here. A belt right here to feed the furnace. So that's a problem then, because I do have an elevator right here. And behind it, well, behind it behind it, that's stone. So maybe I could take this elevator, move it back one, and then I would have this space to do something. Yeah, I think I can do that. Also, this means, I think, because this is a copy-paste, that I have a big problem up here. I need to take a look at... Yep. That would have been awkward. To keep that. And I don't need to change it over here, because that's it for my fuel. Which is a good thing, because I have this elevator over here. That I can't move, but this I can. Okay, so... let's move that. I think... let's see. Well... yeah, so I think we can move this elevator over here. We will need a belt here. On top of that, we want this, a little block, and then that's where we have our elevator. But then that means we need to change this entire floor. Hey, flamethrower. Hello, hello. 1 AM warning. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing? How's your Sunday? Okay. Think that's good? Yep, yep. We're doing build surgery at the moment. Your Sunday is no Monday. How's your Monday then? Short so far, I assume. How was your Sunday? Okay, so this is gonna be the fuel return line. Yeah, that's great. That's great. And we can even have the fuel come up here. Well, not really. But yeah, other than that, that's great. Well, I guess we can start from here. That doesn't hurt. Okay, perfect. Perfect. That's great. Let me just check. And I messed it up, of course. This needs to go one further in. Just like that. Amazing. Right. And so then I have this. No, comes one further up. Oh, wait a minute. Before that. So I have this belt. Ooh. I'm going to replace the belt because I'm not entirely sure it connected everybody properly. First things first, we need this elevator. Maybe we need that. Right. Okay, so that's gonna connect. That's perfect. And then we take this. And we reconnect the sulfur pyrite feed. Okay. So that was good. You're within reach of 100% achievement in Cyberpunk. Oh my god. That's a big gain. That's kinda impressive. That's a lot of Cyberpunk. And so this can go away. And I like this aesthetic too. I kinda like the fact that we're seeing this elevator. Okay, so these all connect. I'd like to have a box I can stand on so I can check that one. Yeah, that works. This roof made me think, oh no, I'm deleting something in the distance. But no, I am not deleting things. And I can replace... Well, I guess fair enough. I'm going to need to climb on top of this to be able to place it. Okay, that's gonna work. Ooh, new skill point. That's gonna be good. All the fertilizer research, all the fuel research. That's gonna be nice. Oh, 4 diamonds today too. That's gonna be... Oop, I clicked a little bit too much apparently. But yeah, I think it was like 800 silver or so that we made today, so not a bad day in terms of revenues. Right, so... If we're like, okay, this is my fuel feed or whatever. Now my elevator brings the fuel up. And so now the only thing that's left is to feed pyrite to this. And I think I'm just going to have a pillar here. Like that. Can have the same thing on the other side. I need one like this. I went a little bit too high. Then we have a tiny beam on each side. Two adjustable beams. Let's see. Oh gosh. Okay. And finally, we just need a purchasing portal. And you're going to be buying pyrite. And of course, a money trough. You know what? Not even that. That's good enough. I might eventually have like 2 different money troughs with priorities, so we can reuse the internal money production. I mean, we could almost do that already. Because like this is iron powder. We could have like the soap input over here. If I do that, I could possibly want to bring the fuel upwards, actually. Let's see. This is... how wide is that? This is 9 wide. And I think this is 9 wide this direction, isn't it? Yeah. And this takes fuel and fertilizer, basically. And this is how long? $11 long. This is a 9 by 11. Sleep time! Have a great night, Mastani. Yeah, thank you for popping by. And yeah, I hope you have a great night. This is a 9 by 11. So technically, what I could do is have this on top of that. And it would take like kind of this length. Wouldn't really work, would it? That wouldn't really work. We have our soap output here. What if we say, okay, I have my like iron filings, iron powder input, kind of at the same level, and maybe we can, on top of that, construct this part, so we can put them one behind the other. That could work, I think. I do have a question that I do need to de-risk for that. Let me check something real quick. I could have a beam that goes above this though. So I can't have a stand on top of the blenders. This is one of the only objects in game that can't have a stand. But I could have a beam that goes above. So it would take like one height to do. But it should work. Yeah, I see no reason why it wouldn't. And so if we assume we do that, let's see. Yeah, I think it's better to just go one level upwards and have a relatively smooth platform to begin with. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4. If we can do a support at this level, it would be ideal. I'm not convinced I can. You're thoroughly enjoying the Zen vibes. The music helps a lot too. Yeah, the music is very important for me in games. It changes a lot the atmosphere, for sure. I could possibly work around this. Well, could I? Maybe not. But I can for sure work with that. Oops. That doesn't work. I have a rule that the metallic bits are always facing the same direction. And it's not that. Otherwise, you just end up with randomly oriented stuff. And I do not like them. Right, I guess we're going to have another row of supports here. And then beams. Great. Ooh, this one's gonna be tricky though. How do I jump that? I might have to tweak this one. I think I'm going to have to tweak this one. Dang it. Okay, so we have a pipe that comes out here. I'm going to need this pipe. No, not to do that. That is not what I want this pipe to do. I mean, you can do it that way if you want. I don't care. What does matter is that it needs to go up at this. So then I can remove this. Okay. It's not completely ideal, but it will do. We say this is 9 wide. Oh my gosh. I'm jumping randomly. Okay, let me have a little bit more of support scaffolding around. So I can actually circulate around a bit. I try to avoid having too much scaffolding. So... because I don't like how it looks when it's just a forest of scaffolding, like when your entire side of your build is like this, it doesn't look great. I prefer the sight of that, you know. It's much cleaner. If we look at some of our slightly older builds, like this looks kinda crap, right? Especially like the front here. So now, since one of the last updates, we have new tools to deal with that. We have these adjustable beams that help us a lot to avoid having to do that. But they do cost quite a bit more. So ideally, prefer not to use them if you can avoid it. The other good reason to have that is to be able to see inside your build. Because if you have blocks, that's blocking the view, and if you want to diagnose what's happening inside, then you might be in trouble. Although with the transmuter, we can now reduce our size, so we'll be able to go inside builds easier. But yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be a beam. And then we're going to need a beam here. So we can go above this. Let me follow the same design rule. So we have consistency. So I think I'm just going to jump a 3. Like that. And then over here. Maybe a block. All right. That's becoming a little bit floor-like. I like that. Oh my god. Okay, so let's think about this. I'm going to want Athanators that take a mixture of soap and iron powder. Let's try to see how much we've sold today. It's not gonna be a big day. Like the big expensive items we've sold like one of each. And I missed it again. Thankfully no, we can have a look at the ledger and take a peek back, but yeah, that's a low revenue day. Although these figures are false, I think. Like 594, 231. Yep, that's absolutely not that. I don't know, like, how they managed to mess up this calculation, but that's... the number they're saying here is wrong. Or the number they're saying at the end of the day is wrong, but like one of them is wrong. That's what I know for certain. Well, how about... right, we can have all of these under this kind of stuff. So what we could do... hang on. Let's orient them correctly. We could have something like that. Then we take this and the powder. Right. So Hobart. We take that like next to it. Like there's a 3 gap somewhere. If we consider all of that. Actually, I need to flip them. So the idea here is maybe we can have these under the furnaces, right? So this produces bronze and copper powder. The bronze powder is going to be sent to the refiner to be transformed into copper powder. So I take the copper powder, I take the bronze powder, I mix them together. Well, I transform everything into copper powder, basically. Then I go here and smelt the copper powder into copper. And then the copper ingots are being sent to these to make coins. And so this actually needs to be flipped. Which incidentally probably means these can be shifted. Something like that, yes, yes. Yeah, I think that might work. So, over here, we want a metal stand that's too high. Okay, okay. Okay, so say... so the impure copper powder is the failed output here. Right, which is the bronze powder. So the yellow arrow is for bronze. I need to separate them. I mean, this doesn't need to be 3 thick. I can go a little bit thicker. So I can make that work. Let's say, for example, for now, let's say we have some, right? We send the bronze powder down here and we regroup. And then we send it all to the refiner. So that's copper. And so I guess copper, we would like to go straight down then. Technically. So... let's see. No, we can replace only the ones necessary by that. Yep, that's exactly what I want. And then for the copper, before I stop being able to see what I'm doing, we want belt, grab this, and then comes to the other side where it merges with that. Yes, yes. Oh, wait. Of course. This is not ingots yet. My bad. Right. That's fine, I think. Okay, so the bronze comes over here, goes to the refiner, the copper comes out. I might want to change that one elevator. I don't like this one. Well, on the other hand, it does draw some kind of symmetry. No, I'm going to change these two actually. I don't like them. And that means I changed that one. You send straight out. That's so much better. Great. Okay, perfect. And so the crucibles send the ingots to make coins. Like this. I'm not able to... Well, actually... No. No. I was trying to think if I could, like, cut off this one. Actually, maybe. Can I? Yeah, I think I can, actually. I'm going to have to do a slightly more complicated design to do that, but I can do it. Oh, hey! Hello, hello! Brink, how are you doing? Welcome in, thank you for the raid! Hello, everybody! Hello, Brink, of course. Hello, Stupid Smexy Flanders. Hello, everyone. How was... Oh, The Sims. Interesting. It's been a while since I've seen The Sims. How was it? How did you enjoy The Sims today? How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, if you're new here... Oula. There was a weird buzzing sound in the music for a moment. I don't know if you heard that. If you're new here, I am Alistair, and I play a lot of city building games, factory building games, colony building games, and puzzle games. And today we are playing more of a factory building game, which is Alchemy Factory, where we are running an alchemy shop. And we are building a massive factory that's crafting all the products that we need to make for the alchemy shop. So over here you have the beginnings of a machine that's going to make gunpowder, which is the next fuel basically that we have unlocked. And to run this machine, we need to provide it. So that's a recipe for gunpowder. So we are mixing sulfur powder, charcoal powder, and lime water. So this build that you just saw produces all of that, but it does need sulfur powder to be provided externally. So that's what we're currently doing. We are making a build, and you see like different parts of it. That's a part of it, that's a part of it. And we're currently working on the last part of it, and then we're going to assemble them to make sulfur powder. So yeah. You have a family of viewers, Phoenix, Bud, etc. and you're currently making them a new house to move into. Oh, that's so cute. You hope I'm well? Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Ataskog. How are you doing? Welcome in. So, yeah, so making sulfur powder isn't so difficult. So actually we need to provide with sulfur, not sulfur powder, because it already grinds it down. On the face of it, it's not so complicated because we can buy pyrite ore automatically, and we just have to feed it into an iron smelter and we get sulfur. So pretty easy, right? The problem is that we get iron, and we have no use for the iron in this build, so we need to deal with that. So most of this build that you're seeing, this is the part that smelts the pyrite into sulfur and iron, and just sorts it, and it grinds the iron into iron powder actually. You'll see why. So it's a lot of smelters, but it's not very complicated other than that. The next part, all the rest, is to deal with the iron. So with the iron, if we look at the crafting recipes, we can grind it into iron sand. That's what we're doing that already. And then if we mix this iron sand with soap powder, we can convert it into copper powder, basically. A mix of copper powder and impure copper powder. And this impure copper powder we can refine into copper powder. And once we have copper powder, we can smelt it into copper ingots that can be transformed into copper coins. And these copper coins are the same that the customer are paying to the shop, and are the same that we feed to a lot of these machines to go and buy the materials that they need. So you see here we have a purchasing portal. This purchasing portal is going to take coins for a value of 11 silver coins, so 11,000 copper coins, to buy one pyrite ore. It's going to do that as long as it has money and as long as we need pyrite ore, right? And that's what's going to then send pyrite ore along this belt into all these smelters and the smelters below. And stay on top of that build, you see that we have a purchasing portal. So that's kind of what's going on here. And so this part of the build is going to be making soap. So we are going to provide it with fuel and fertilizer, which are things that we are making centrally. And actually this build is going to be making like the next fuel. And basically like we are growing sage and flax. And we're extracting oil from the flax. We are making plant ash from the sage. Sorry, I have allergies, so if I suddenly stop talking, it's probably because I'm sneezing. It is starting to be a season, unfortunately. And then we're mixing all that into soap. And this soap we grind on to have soap powder. And then in these machines over here, we are going to mix the iron sand and the soap powder produced by this build and this build. So over here we have iron sand, over here we have soap powder. And that's going to be making a mixture of copper powder and impure copper powder. The copper powder we take on this belt, and the impure copper powder, that's what we were working with here. The impure copper powder, we are going to feed it to this refiner, which is going to refine it into copper powder. And then it mixes with the copper powder we have over here. We're going to send that to these crucibles to get smelted into ingots. Oh, end of day. So at the end of day, we see how much we sold. So all of this that you see is how much we sold of each item in the shop and how much money we made doing so. I should show you the shop, shouldn't I? I've been talking about the fact that this is a game about selling stuff, but I've not shown you the shop. I barely go to see the shop ever, really, at this point. You could restock the shop manually, actually. That's totally a choice you could make. Some people spend a lot of time in the shop. I don't. I automated that long ago. I only go see the shop when I need to add a new product. So yeah, today we saw like ropes and salt and gears, potions, jewels. These are chemical artifacts. We sold diamonds that we made. And to make all of that, we bought all these products. And overall, we earned like 1,000 silver, well, 1,200 silver really. And we spent 500 silver, so we made a 700 silver profit. So yeah, let's go take a look at the shop, actually. I should take you a way that makes sense. Yes, so you see here, like, we're producing these Mars artifacts here in this part of the factory, for example. Oops. Down the stairs, we're producing here another artifact. Oop, I fell down. Sorry. In this like big skyscraper almost part of the shop, we're making these Saturn artifacts. Hey, Crying Casual, how are you doing? How is it going? And that's my bedroom, actually. And so if we go down the shop, that's where my shop is, with customers that are coming over here and giving me money for the different stuff they buy. Money goes onto belts. It's a mix of copper and silver. Things get converted into like higher value money. Whatever's left over is converted to gold and put into this chest. But other than that, it is being sent to the rest of the factory, and so you see silver here making its way inside the factory. And all of that is being sent a little bit everywhere. You see this is making fertilizer. Over here we're making fuel. So different parts of the factory are making different products. Some are centralized, so this fertilizer gets sent all across the factory. This fuel gets sent all across the factory. And so the new build that we're currently making is going to eventually replace or functionally replace that. Have I used Steam yet? No, I haven't used it, and I'm not sure I will use it actually. Because it seems... So yeah, that's something they just introduced in the last they have introduced a steam boiler that you heat and it boils whatever, water, magical water I suppose, to make steam, and then you can send this steam to heating pads to heat stuff like you would do a furnace. The problem is the heating pad itself consumes 20 heat per second, where a furnace would consume 1 heat per second. So, like, yes, this is using 1 height instead of 3. But do I want really to get 2 tiles of height for a consumption of heat, a passive consumption of heat that's 20 times higher? I don't know that it's worth the deal, honestly. Your build you're working on now will have it. You're just gonna finish the build, yeah. I guess it's worth it if you're going to stack stuff super high on top of it. To have like 1 heating pad that hits a lot of stuff, right? But I don't know, it seems very, very wasteful to me. Like, even in like these big builds, you know, like this takes like 4 floors high, so you could be like, oh, maybe I'd like to use these heating pads to get the build a little bit thinner, right? But in terms of height, I have like 1 row of stone furnace, 2, 3 rows of stone furnace, so I'm going to gain 6 height for a power consumption that's almost 20 times higher. Or a passive consumption that's 20 times higher. That's a lot. It would be no more belts but pipes, yeah. The cauldrons got a rework too. Okay, I haven't used cauldrons yet at all, so... Maybe... What did they change with the cauldrons? Maybe it makes it worth it, I guess, if you have a cauldron-based build. They have an input that no longer breaks. Okay, so it makes it easier to use cauldrons, I guess. I have a design problem with cauldrons. I fear if I start using cauldrons, all my builds are going to be the same. Like, yes, it will be much more compact. But I mean, the fun of the game for me is designing these big builds. Once an item runs out, it doesn't switch output, right? So you assign an item input to one input. And like you assign a recipe or something. It doesn't just show output random stuff if... Yeah, I guess that makes it a lot easier to use then. But yeah, you know, like, I spent a lot of time designing these builds. And that's a part of the game I'm actually enjoying. I don't know that I would be enjoying the cauldrons builds as much. Because it's much more repetitive, I guess. Okay, so here we need to get these bronze outputs to this input. So combine them and get them to this input. So that's gonna be very easy. We have a belt here, and we're going to have a small elevator over here that gathers the output of all of these. So we merge everything at this level, and then we just need to send a merged output. Okay, that's better than what we had, because we had like one elevator sticking out here, which I didn't like. You get that? Yeah. That's kind of why I've been holding off on using cauldrons. I should try someday, but I fear that if I try, I'm going to be like, oh no, I kind of want to use it and I'm gonna be trapped. I fear that it's a trap. Where do I put this portal bunk? This bunk portal? I mean, technically, I could get it on top, possibly. It might be a bit annoying though. No, I think I should just have it over here. Like that. I think it's probably better to just do that. Actually, I'm going to move it one further, so that I have space to have an elevator here that goes up to the crucibles. Right, so that's what I was wondering. I think here we need to replace these. Yep. Let's shimmy that. So we need to take this input and bring it over here. And ideally without interfering with feeding the furnaces. So, what I propose we do is we take this, we bring it up by 1. Over here we can have these scaffoldings. Dang it. Then I can put this back. Over here we can have our elevator that brings stuff upwards. And so that's why I was like, yeah, it would be annoying to then bring the coins upwards, because where do we go, right? We can't go there. This is occupied already. Feed them to the crucibles, feed them to that. Yeah, that works well. I like this solution. And then I guess we can have... something like this, maybe blocks, whatever, to bring the fuel. And then we just need to feed the soap and the iron powder here. Alright. You are going to be converting to silver. That's very compact. That's what, give me my measuring tape. 9 by 8. This entire thing is 9 wide, so that's perfect. 5, 6, 7, 8. So it should fit on top of that. Let's go. Oops. Well, I went and go a little bit too hard here, I guess. Right, so here the question is, how do I deal with the top layer? I guess I'm just going to go 3, 3, 3, 3. Like that. Oh, that's kind of fine. So this should be enough to fit this entire thing. Let's try. I'm going to need more height. Yeah, that definitely works. Look at that. It's perfect. Well, not quite perfect because it's the wrong direction. But other than that, it's great. So that might be a slight point of contention. So I have this bunk portal here. It's going to be a little bit in the way. Though to be fair, I could like flip it and move it kinda wherever on this layer. So I'm not too worried about that. I do have a bit of a question. If I take a bank portal, can I have a metal stand on top? No? Apparently that would be a no. And I imagine... Oh, interesting. So I can have things on top of it, but I can't have things above it. Oh, that's funny, actually. That feels like a bug. That feels like it shouldn't be happening. Ooh, I think that's not a bad day in terms of revenue. I guess 666. I mean, that's not bad. We have days where we make 900 silver, but yeah, this kind of feels like a bug, honestly. But I'll take it. It feels like it shouldn't work. So let's see. We need iron sand and soap. Iron sand, I guess, is going to come from a bottom level. And soap is going to come from a little bit higher. But not tremendously either. Cryan, I have a question. Do you know what the bell sound is during the night? Every now and then during the night, I have a bell, like dinner is served or something belt, and I have no idea what it is. Sometimes I have it even twice. Cryan or anybody else who is who knows the game well enough to actually know about that. I'm very puzzled by this bell. I have no idea what it is. We had it again tonight and I'm like, what? Why? Why are you doing this to me, belt? Bell. Okay, so that can be one input. And I guess this can be the other. So how... How do I feed back? Nope. I don't know why I still have the table on the hotbar, really. It makes no sense. Alright. We can take from here. I reverted that. So we go to this level? Yeah, sure. I am out of planks. Well, time for a plank run. A long time we haven't been here. Technically, this is only like the third time this stream, which is kinda impressive given how much we've been building. What else do I need? Maybe nails? We don't have so many nails and a bunch of steel, I think. Do I have iron? Yeah, I have a bunch of iron. I did have a stack of steel, a partial stack of steel left. Still, so it's not that bad. Yeah. Whee. Okay, so let's finish. So we are currently assembling this part that converts the iron sand and the soap to money with the soap part, and then we are going to assemble them with the iron sand part. Actually, I kind of feel like I might want to move this bank portal. Like the fact that it's outputting into the void, I do not like. Yeah. Okay, so let me. Where do I put it? I guess here is not bad. Okay, perfect. this all reconnects, except this doesn't. And so now I output over here, that's much better. Much better. Yeah, I prefer that. Okay. Does mean that this wall has to be a little bit higher, but that's fine. That's entirely okay. So that's my soap input. And well, we'll see where the iron sand comes in. I guess we'll have to take this entire build and rotate it. It's kind of what we have left to do, really. Do we have any input on this side? No? How much soap are we producing? Yeah, it's 3 per second, so that's fine. Our belts carry 4 items per second. So if we need to carry more than 4 per second, then we need several belts and it becomes a little bit more complicated. But this is all functioning at a rate where single belt is enough. So that's pretty nice. I do need to bring fuel over here. I think... Don't I have like a fuel line down here somewhere? I'm pretty sure this is a fuel line. And that's a fertilizer line, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so that's fuel. Perfect. Well then. We're going to have an elevator that goes all the way up here. We'll probably change things in the future for that line, but for now... This is what's going to be happening to our fuel. Yep, that works. Okay, so we have everything necessary on that part. Okay, so where I think we're going to have to do some things differently is I think we're going to have the main money input for the build over here, and we're going to merge it with whatever comes from here with a priority input over here. And then we're going to redistribute that to the entire build, basically. So let's see. Priority merger. So the way the priority merger functions, it has two inputs, one yellow, one blue. It takes first from the yellow input, second from the blue input. So if there's nothing on the yellow input, it takes from the blue input. So we can have it something like that. And have like the main money input next to the other one. Yep. So let's remove that for a moment. So first you take money coming from the bill. Second, you take money coming from the outside. And then that's going to be the money that gets used to purchase whatever the build needs to purchase. Okay, great. Love it. And so this can be a cannon, for example. Great. So next we need to take this entire thing and connect it to the rest of the build. And that's where it might become a little bit tricky. I mean, we've designed the whole thing so it will fit together. But then we have to connect things. Make them talk, you know. Si près. 606. 606. Si près. 606 près. No. No. Si près. 606 près. Not 606 près. Tata, tata, tatin, tanta, tonton. Tonton, tata, tata, tatin. Tata, 16 jacinthes sèches dans 16 sachets secs. Ooh, this one's tricky. 16 jacinthes sèches dans 16 sachets secs. One that I like is Lapinishol Nishma. Sorry. Lapinishol Wanishma, mais Unishlibo Libu Nish ni Oniba. Failing the math. Yeah, this one might be a problem for me. I am slightly worried about how I'm going to connect the fuel over here. Like, this is my general fuel input. I haven't... I mean... You know, I could craft a way to bring the fuel across. But... it's a bit tricky. Yeah, I think I'm going to need... almost. L'apinishol wanishba me unish libuli ubun... sorry. L'apinishol wanishba unish libuli bunish ni oniba. And hey, Demon Mace, how are you doing? Your first tongue twister was right? No. If 6 sows... Oh, 606. Sorry. Did I misread that? Hang on. Need to put OBS so I can scroll back up. Oh yeah, I misread that. 606 si 606 près. Okay, yeah. I read 600 psi si 600 psi si près. So I was confused. That's my bad. Let me check. Okay, this one I should be able to do slightly differently. Well, actually, I just need a belt here. I don't need to, like, have this whole thing. It means nothing, really. And then that means this can become... something like that. Yep. No. Right, and so the good thing about that is that I can in this space have a splitting. It took so much time managing to read it fast. Yeah, it's the kind of things that, yeah, you just learn. One I like to... It's not necessarily hard to read fast, it's just hard to read. It's... Oh, grand gars gros grain d'orge, quand des grands gars gros grain d'orgeras-tu? Oh, grand gars gros grain d'orge, quand des grands gars gros grain d'orgeras-tu? It's hard to read just because your brain fights against it. It's like, no, that's not right, that doesn't exist. So your brain just doesn't want to say it. Actually, do I want to go back down here? Maybe not even. Yeah, I think I don't. So here I'm going to bring the fuel around the build. I'm going to shift the build to replace like these two blocks by this elevator and these two blocks by something here. So I can then, when I turn that and want to connect them, I have the ability to connect them together, right? But this is mild sulfur output. So this is just coming out, basically. This is my general output for the build. So I don't want to mix that with this, right? So this is just going to stay up because of that. That way this can go above and do whatever it needs to do. This one is especially hard to say by not looking at it, as opposed to the ones with sh and sub, but the difficulty lies elsewhere, so you guess, yeah. It's just that it's a lot of, like, kind of the same sound over and over again, so it's hard not getting lost in the sound. Okay, well, let's try. Fingers crossed. And paste. Confirm. Yep. So this just replaced the two blocks that were here and the two blocks that were there. The rest is intact. I remembered it higher, funnily enough. But no, that's correct. That's exactly what needs to be happening here. Next step. I'm going to remove the structure that's around, so we can walk around this build. I think first thing I'm going to do is rotate it in the correct orientation and like get it close. Right. What's in here? Nails and ingots. That should be okay. Yep. We have the seeds. I especially wanted to check that we had the seeds. How did my job interview go? It didn't go perfect, but it went pretty good. I'm going to have another one. Basically, my understanding is they are kind of hesitating between me and another candidate, so and they couldn't decide. So, good news. They're still considering taking me. Bad news is they didn't completely decide to take me. So I need to finish convincing them, I guess. Like, it's a situation where hopefully, even if they don't take me for this position, they might consider me for another position. So I'm cautiously optimistic. Right, so I'm thinking here we could have an elevator that brings the fuel down here and across. And that would avoid like having to have a spacing here. Question is, what do we do with this sulfur? Like eventually it's going to need to make its way here. Do we have like two towers, one next to the other? Or one behind another? If it's one behind another... Is there any way I could get this across? It would be probably ideal to have them one behind another, because then... then I can have several of them next to the other, because that's my main fuel production at the end of the day. Actually, let me check something. Right, this is an overhang. Second consideration, I guess. This is for fertilizer. I probably want to be bringing the fertilizer from backwards. So I'm thinking we do the same operation again. To have openings in these pillars to bring the fertilizer. Maybe. Yeah, I think I like this idea. Okay, so. And so what do I do with the sulfur? I can't get it below the furnaces. It's kind of the problem here. I really don't have a space in here that it could go through. It just doesn't exist. I guess the only space would be like this floor, but I need this floor to cover over some machines in there, so that's not an available space either. That's kind of the tricky part. I mean, technically this is 11 wide, this is 9 wide. I can always just go around. It's not that bad. So let's not overcomplicate things. Almost well done. Eesh. Yeah, I do have a bunch of extra planks. That's fine. Right, so... that should do. And that's my iron sun that we'll need to bring up. And I'm sure we'll be able to deal with that. Right. So... I think here the idea is we're going to have elevator taking the stuff going across. And then a bed with a little something on top. I need to be very careful with this build because there's a bunch of pipes and stuff like that. If I mess up, it can be pretty bad. That's fine. That's connected, that's perfect. I am going to move it again. Just so they line up. Yet. My inventory is a mess. Okay. So I can see exactly how they line up. Okay, so that's perfect, actually. That's not perfect. That's perfect. Right. So you're going to be sending fuel in here. Over here, we're going to have this and that. And that's going to be fertilizer and fertilizer. No? Hello? Oh. End of day. That's why. When it's saving, stuff lags out and doesn't appear immediately. So sometimes you're like, why didn't it place? And oh. Not a terrible day. Alright, so this is good. Next step is the iron sand. So, that's the one that's slightly more tricky. Right, so that's the belt where we want to go. I think ideally I'd like to go here. And that can be done. Just needs a little bit of fiddling with stuff, but that's not too bad. Right, next. I'm trapped next. Right. Maybe I do have the elevator right here instead of going across above. It will make things easier to manage in terms of design. Because I can work on each part independently. Okay. That works. Here I need a belt. And then I just need... Well, I guess I'll need something over here to support the next belt on this side. Nope, that's not what I did on the other side. Let's be symmetrical. Or like systematic, I should say. If I do something on one side, I try to do the same on the other side. Otherwise, it's gonna be ugly. I would like to be able to access this. Alright, that's a fail. And I'll have to go around. Thankfully I did leave enough space to do that. Otherwise I would be kinda fucked. And... no, I just need the elevator that's gonna connect. I think like this. I am not entirely certain though. Can I? Come on. Can I maybe... well... do that. Just to check that it fits. It does. Good. Yeah, I think that's it. So we have 2 connection points. That's it, really. Wow. No, 3, because we have also this. Alright, let's go. Are we ready to connect them together? I know I am. Well, I hope I am. Because if I'm not, then that's kinda awkward. Because that's gonna be much harder to debug if I wasn't ready. Ooh, Ochino, welcome in. Ochi Raid, how are you doing, everybody? Hey Dachi, hey Deeply Dear. Welcome in. How was Hades today? How was stream? Did you have fun? Lots of chatting. Nice. You forgot the raid message. That happens. Hey Ochino, hey Gra. Hey Wariza. Hello, hello everybody. Welcome in. If any of you is new here and doesn't know me, welcome in. I am Alastor, and I play a lot of city building games, autocracy building games, colony building games, and puzzle games. And today, we are playing Alchemy Factory, which is a game where we have a little alchemy shop all the way down there, and we are basically building an immense factory where we produce all the items that we're selling in that shop. Today we are inventing gunpowder. We have unlocked gunpowder, which is kind of the latest fuel, more productive fuel that we can unlock at the moment. And so this and also gravity. Hang on. Right. This big tower is going to be crafting gunpowder. That's something we did last stream, but, well, last stream we played Alchemy Factory, which was a few weeks ago, to be fair. So over here is going to come out gunpowder, but to do that we need to provide it with sulfur. So today we made this entire build which is making sulfur. And the funny thing is, on paper it's very easy to make sulfur. What you need to do is take pyrite ore, which is something you can buy, and smelt it in an iron smelter, and you get sulfur. The problem is, first of all, you get it pretty slow. You get 40 every 960 seconds, so you're going to need a lot of smelters working to produce a significant amount. We need 1 per second, so we need quite a few smelters. But also we're producing iron, and if we don't do anything with this iron, well, then everything stops, right? So we could throw it away, that would be a solution, but that would be extremely wasteful. So this entire build, or this entire part of the build, and a little bit of that part too, are dedicated to processing this iron to eventually convert it back into money that we can reuse to reduce the cost of buying the raw materials that we need for the sulfur, basically. You have to raid and lurk. Yes, of course, Odi. Thank you again for raiding it. I really, really appreciate it. And enjoy your dinner. Or is it lunch or dinner? I think it's dinner for you. So yeah, enjoy that. And yeah. Thank you for bringing in all the lovely peeps. The factory is huge now since you last saw it. Yeah, it grew quite a bit. All of this... So this is making Mars artifacts. This entire thing is making Mars artifacts. Below us we have a huge build. These 3 towers are making Saturn artifacts and salt, and that's all they're doing. So that's a little bit of a build. That's 1, 2, 3 or 4 floors high, I think. 3 floors high, this build. So that's quite a bit of a build. This is something that already existed, that we have moved. It was a little bit further in over here previously. This is the diamonds production that we built a while ago. And so, yeah, we're building on top of that, basically. And so, that's a continuation of this new section of the tower. Basically, we're going to have, like, 2 tower sections that are connected here at the center. And, this big building here behind. So if you remember, you might have seen the bedrooms that I made for Cody and I a while ago. They're right here. We are building above the bedrooms, which used to be like the very top of the build. No space dedicated to designing stuff, new stuff, is the floor above that. And so yeah, so this part of the build is going to be for making sulfur. And then we have this part of the build over there that's going to be for making gunpowder using this sulfur. And I guess the next step is going to be to try to connect them together and see how it goes, basically. I kind of do wonder... I might need to jumpstart a few parts of the build. When I start running it. Because this is a kind of build that like have furnaces, but also... So the furnaces are going to be consuming fuel, but also they're going to be producing fuel, so... You know, you have this kind of cyclic system. Yeah, so there are two things here. The first one is all of this is going to want fuel. The fuel is going to come out here, but initially we won't have any fuel. So we need to jumpstart the system one way or another. Over here we're going to need to provide nutrients and, as I said, fuel. And the second part is this produces coins. So we'll need to redistribute the coins between the different parts of the build. And so what I did here, I need to go up to show you. Right, so what I did here is that we have a money input. Actually, I'm probably going to move it up so we can more easily shoot money inside here. And then if the build is producing money, we are first going to use that. And so this is going to be the primary source of money for this entire build, basically. There's only one apple tall, needs to stack boxes. Well, it's a tall build. This build is like a floor and a half high. This one is like 2.5. These are tall builds. It's not the tallest I've done. My tallest build is like 4 floors high. But yeah, they're definitely up there. Right, so I think this moves up. On top of this isn't a bad one, I think. Because this place is... this thing around the top of this build. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And so what I'd like to do Okay, so what I'm unsure about... I have this cannon here. I could have this cannon shoot money inside here. And then have this money also go up there. I'm not sure I will be able to shoot across. I don't know that I have the range. Otherwise, I might have to have a second cannon somewhere around here. We'll try, we'll see, I guess. Okay, so... we need to do some cleanup so we can actually have the build. So this can definitely shoot in here. That's good. And then we'll need to see if we can reach there from here. But yeah, I need to move the different builds in a more definitive position. And this is gonna become my new fuel build. Also below this, I think, let me go check. Well, we'll check after the end of the day, I suppose. What is this bell? Does anybody know what this belt is? This bell is? I have no idea what this is. Some nights it rings once, some nights it rings twice, some nights it doesn't ring. I have no idea what this bell is that rings during the night. It's a little bit frustrating, not gonna lie. So we made 600 silver today with selling all that and buying this. Dilling. Dealing. Let's see. Yeah, that's gonna be a kind of a technical column. So I'd like to keep this space opened upstairs. Slippers? What do you mean slippers? Why am I getting slippered? I did nothing. I'm innocent. Right, I think we can get rid of that part. This is my new saw build, it's super compact. Like this is making like 3 saw per second, this little section here. Ultra compact. I'm super proud of that part. Right, so let's clean up a little bit. We'll also probably have to drop some things in a box somewhere. Yeah, so when I talk about technical column, these columns here, they are tasked with spreading fuel, money, fertilizer throughout the factory. Oh, I offered sleepers you had to investigate. No, that makes sense. When I see people typing sleepers, usually it's because I'm about to get slippered, so... It's become some part of chat thinks I've been naughty. Which is usually wrong, let's face it. I'm never naughty. Okay, so we'll need to move. So we don't want to build on this square because that's where one of these technical columns might go up. And anything outside this area is actually like this, and all of this is actually space above the street. So it's just an overhang that's temporary that I will remove. We'll have walls here eventually. The walls of the buildings are gonna go there and there. So that's kind of the constraints we are building with here. So I think I will have this maybe like around here. I don't know. Let's see. So how long is this build? This is 31 tiles long. And this is 15 tiles long. So the entire thing is 46 tiles long. And let's see, if I take from here and I go up to here, that's 40. "46 would bring me there. So nearly at this wall. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. I think I kind of want to keep this space opened. And then that is 11 wide, right? So if I'm like, okay, I keep, sorry, from here, I keep a space of, let's say, 6. Maybe we do 7 and 7. Okay, so here is like the first space allowed. So this would be 46. And 11 would be here. So what I'm doing right now is I'm using belts that are very cheap. To kind of try to know where things go, basically. I could keep like a 5 space. And then where would 11 bring me? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11. And that would be a second print. How far are we from the wall? About 5. It's not bad, I have the space to print 2 of them. I'm not necessarily mad about that. Because I think that's gonna be a lot of fuel. A lot. Okay, so let's trace around. Right. So all this is gonna be part of the build, so I need the space to build stuff. This is gonna be inside the build. On. Right. Same here. Same for you. Don't remove that one right now. Yep, that seems to work. Okay. Okay, that's gonna be the part that's a bit stressful. Right, so first things first, question. How much materials do I need? I need more rope. I have way too much planks. I can drop like 1,000 planks. So let's drop some planks, actually. Real quick. Because we're going to want to cut paste that, right? So we're going to get all the materials from that, but we need to be able to fit them in the inventory. So I'd like to free up a little bit of space by removing anything I don't need immediately. So anything where I have like a quarter of a stack. I'm not even sure. No, I might need a little bit of clay. The money I don't need. Sigils I don't need. Probably don't need that much steel and iron. Oh, that money too. Right, so four from the side, hang on. I don't want them to interfere. It's not that bad if they do, but ideally, you know. Well, I couldn't fit everything. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. I need to have... Like, these flax seeds are essential. Can I drop... Like, I don't know... The large wheels, maybe? Right, I have all the materials on me. That's good. Right, so if I have the materials on me, like the seeds in particular, it plants them automatically. If not, it's much more awkward. Oh. You know what, actually I need to shift that. Because I need to shift that by 1, because this part of the build is 9 wide, when this part of the build is 11 wide. I forgot about that detail. Yeah, this is centered now. Less awkward. Okay, and now I need to do the same thing with that. That's a lot of materials. Oh gosh. You know, I might want to actually like copy it rather than cut it. I can probably do it. What am I missing now? A little bit of steel, little bit of rope, and a little bit of bronze rivets. And that's it. Yeah, I can do that. Need to go collect some materials, but other than that, we can do it. So ropes are over here. I need like 200 ropes. Steel's down here. Yeah, that's about right. And bronze rivets. I need a stack, I think. Yep, that's everything. One thing they did since 1.0 is there's a number of items, more commonly used items, that they increase the stack size of. So it's become far easier to be able to actually build large builds out of pocket. Okay, so that's my input for sulfur, which on this side is coming out right here. go. And that's my output for fuel, basically. Which on this side is an input right here. What I might do is have a priority splitter, I think. In priority, I feed my build. From the fuel. I might... Okay, so... Let's see. If I were to provide it with an external fuel supply, I would want to take that only if the build is not feeding itself, right? So in startup. So there are two things. If the build is producing extra fuel, I want it to feed itself first and then anything else second. But if it's not producing enough fuel for itself, then I want to take an external source from it, but only if it's not producing enough. Okay, that's okay. So we're going to have to use... I think a priority merger and a priority splitter. So the priority merger is... Where do you take the fuel first, right? So first you take from the build, second you take from the external source. So if we put the external source on blue, I think it's blue. Then it takes from that first, and second it takes from yellow, right? And so the fuel that's coming from the build on yellow, then external source on blue. And secondly, we want a priority splitter, which is you try... Hello? Priority splitter? Where did it go? You try to output on yellow, and if you cannot, you output on blue. And that's my source for the external fuel supply. And so I think that should be it. Let me just check. So over here we are going to have two boxes. Small gears and large gears. I should only get small gears, right? Yep. And if I remove the small gears supply, so yellow's empty, then I get the big gears. Okay. And you provide to yellow first. So you, if I give you like one input, two outputs, in here I put stack of small gears, they're getting in here, and if I remove this, then they get in here. Okay. Yep. Right, and so I'm going to have to elevate this, aren't I? Yeah, I think so. Because this is the eventual supply for the build. So, I can have something like this. And then the belt, that's the actual supply belt for the build, is right here. Perfect. And so I'm going to need to get like the fuel output from this part over here. And this is going to be connected right there. Let's go. And so my external fuel input, that's going to be useful at the start, especially, is gonna be right there. And my output to the world is gonna be right there. Okay, good. And so fuel. Great. Let's see. We're going to need to look at money. Before that, I'm going to need to take a quick break. So I'm going to go on a 5-minute break. And we'll be right back. Because I need to go to the restroom real quick. Here we go. So, I'm going to leave you with the music and see you in 5 minutes. Oh, I almost missed the time. I'm most late to the end of my break. I know. Let me go back to the game. Welcome back, everybody. Alright, so it is now time to do the kind of scary part. Also, I'm just noticing... That's a little bit messed up. That's fine. I can fix it. Yeah, it's time to do the kind of scary part and connect this build to the base and see if it works. Right. So we'll need to bring nutrients, we need to bring money. Actually, we need to see if the money can flow around. So yeah, what I kinda messed up here is we have this nutrient belt that's currently running into a wall. Which is slightly suboptimal. We can do something like that. It's not perfect, but it will do the job. So that should be fuel, that should be nutrients. Let's look at the money question. Not gonna be quite enough. Go on top of the big build. Okay. So can I have, for example, over here, a cannon and go and shoot at this? I can. Okay. That is good news. I don't quite see how high the trajectory goes. But it does seem pretty high. It's hard to say. Can I have maybe a bit of a platform over here? I can see. Yeah, that's quite high in fact. Or can I have a relay that would work as well, maybe? For example, if I had a cannon like over here, what would happen? Hey, that might actually be better. Okay, so maybe... maybe we can have a trough over here. And we shoot internally. This... is going to have 2 outputs. So we feed the pyrite and the cannon that feeds the top. And so we just need to feed that from our build. That seems like a decent compromise. Yeah. I think I might even want to actually have a floor here. So that might not work with that build. Which is going to encroach over here. We'll see. So how do we feed this build? So the bottom here is money, this is fuel, and this is fertilizer. I kind of feel like we bring everything down. Or maybe we take the money down from upstairs. That could be an option. Take the money down from upstairs and feed from the top here. Actually, yeah, that might be a good option. And then from downstairs we take the fuel input and the fertilizer. Eventually, of course, just the fertilizer once this runs, but initially we can use it as a fuel input. Dang it. I am so bad at parkour. So temporarily we'll have the floor here. Aha! I am out of material? What the heck? Yep. We just built too much. I do need ropes, so let's take them while we're here, before we forget. I definitely need planks. What else do I need? Large gears. Rivets. Bit of stone, definitely steel. Ooh, steel gears too. Wouldn't mind nails, I think. Let's just refresh on that. So, steel. 2 stacks. Iron's fine. Nails, I don't mind having 2 stacks. That I definitely want some. Maybe 2 stacks is a bit much. But 1 stacks, yes, definitely. And I think like having a full stack of glass isn't a bad idea, because like the second half that's not built consumes quite a bit of glass, so that might not even be enough. Anyway. So that should be money. Yep. Silver coins. Alright, we are feeding the build. Oh, nope, we're not feeding the right part of the build though. Much better. Okay, we have pyrite ore now. Should be coming. Yep. I don't know why I don't see it here. There is one. Okay, so we've started feeding the smelters. That's good. Over here. Dang it. I want to see... I'm too close. I want to see first and foremost if all like the table saws and the stone crushers are actually receiving materials. Because if not, we have a problem. Okay, all the table saws have materials. And all the stone crushers are receiving material. That's good. On this side. On that side, it's a bit harder to see. I'm going to add... a little bit of flooring so I can see. Yeah, I think that's good. It seems to me like they all are receiving materials. I do not see planks coming down. And that might be concerning. Why no planks here? Because my elevator ends at the wrong height. Well, that's awkward. Is the same upstairs? It's exactly the same upstairs. Alright. I was right to check. So... That's why we test. We should be having the same issue on the other side, eh? Ooh, which is gonna be more awkward to fix. Oh no, actually this side might be fine. Yeah, seems this side is fine. It seems I fixed the issue on one side but not the other. Well, good thing for me. Although the stone... I think we're good. Okay. Right, I fell down. Very good, Astor, very good. I will have to fuel that manually, I think. Which might actually be an issue long term. We'll see. But okay, this is full. And this is slowly filling up. This is gonna take a while. Because, like, these are barely starting to fill up. We have an entire other floor worth of pyrite to fill. So that's gonna take a while, but in the meantime... guess we are going to have this wall. Right, so... well, actually... I need to have the belt first. So that's my distribution system across the base. It goes a little bit everywhere. And so pretty much at any floor I can pick up like fuel and fertilizer and money. Come on. Provided I can make a jump. That's the only constraint. I need to be able to do a jump to access the materials. It's not supposed to be complicated, but... you know... sometimes... when your skills fail you... Right, so... that's fuel. What I can do then is remove this one, that one, and that one. Have an elevator though, and then bring it back upwards. And this, just make a quick grab for the fertilizer. Perfect. And while we're here, I might as well pull out money, just in case I need it here. I don't think I will, but it doesn't hurt. Alright, so that's a fuel input for this build, and a fertilizer input for that one. Very good. So all of this is starting to load with fuel. And so relatively shortly we should start producing some amount of sulfur. Of course, the first to be fueled are the ones that don't have materials yet. We do have some. Right, so yeah, we see sulfur making its way over there. Getting the ground down. Very good. So if we look inside the advanced blender, we now have sulfur powder in here. Very good. Nice. Nicely done. And so I guess what we really need to do now is to start providing fuel to the fuel build so it can start producing its own fuel. Can I just like get rid of this fertilizer? Thank you. Right, so I see limestone, I see charcoal, limestone powder, making lime water. We should see charcoal powder making its way directly inside the machine here. Come on. Yep. I think, yep, we have black powder. That's official. We are now officially producing black powder. So soon-ish we should start seeing some amount of black powder in these stone furnaces. Ooh, that's extremely exciting. At some point we'll see black powder making its way back here and starting to be the main fuel for this part. Why is black powder staying in there? That's kinda concerning. We might have to try the transmutation machine to go see inside what's happening. Ooh. Yep, that's been an expensive day. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, but since we're starting the thing, why? Seriously, why is the black powder not being taken out over here? Is this the same situation here? Doesn't seem to be. I am slightly concerned here. That maybe this one doesn't have its output connected. And is it the same on this side? It might be. But hey. And that's like a lot of heat value in here. So these furnaces are starting to get black powder. Yeah, that's good. Like, this blender has a slight issue here, I think. We can just put it, prepare for infiltration. Who are you infiltrating, Rariza? Oh my gosh, that's a big machine. 'Cause, 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 'cause Right, let me grab a few transmutation potions. Where do I produce these? Over here, I think. Yep. This stack should be enough. You're requiring my milk and cheese supply, of course. Well, I do have cheese, but I don't have milk. So you might be straight out of luck here. Sure, why not? Okay, so I'm a plonk. Uh-huh. This is disconcerting. A little bit. Where am I now? Can I... I can't get in the elevator. Let's see what happens when the elevator starts going up. No. I can't get in the elevator. How do I get in there? No. I made builds so tight that even like being plonk sized, I'm too big to actually enter it. Come on. Ah, come on, I'm jumping too far here. No! Okay, okay. How do I get in there? I can't bet that... Ah, no! I was almost there. Okay, okay. Okay, so let's try... temporarily... You're the one who can't get the stuff out. Seriously, I can't go in there? Dang it. You know what? Fine. No. Why is it so hard? Why did I decide to completely enclose this? Hmm? Whose bright idea was that? Dang it. I'm actually one apple tall now. Yep. Yeah, that's completely new. That's something they recently updated. They added this transmutation machine that allows you to change your size. But by the looks of it, it doesn't allow you to solve any kind of problem. In particular, it seems that the problem I'm facing might be easily solved by that. Okay, maybe I can do that. So I'm not going to do it like this, because it would be stupid. But maybe I can cut it and put it over there, so that then I can see what's happening behind. Right. And then put it back here. Dang it. Okay, I think I might have solved it. You're gonna get out. It's getting late. Yeah, I'm going to stop relatively soon too. Thank you for being here, Worry. And have a great night. Do take care indeed, indeed. Thank you for being your awesome self. Okay, so that's all. That all seems pretty okay. This is all being fed by black powder. So I suppose that's a moment where we wonder how do we feed the black powder back to everything, right? Also... No, okay, okay. Why are these... They're blocked by iron ingots. Why? Ooh. Is my system failing? Okay, so we have soap powder. We have an sand, we have copper powder, and impure copper powder. Why is this impure copper powder in here? Oh no. That's not a good sign. Did I mess that up? Is this like... yeah, I think unfortunately I messed it up. I slipped the two outputs. Well, that would explain things. Seriously? Okay, so... No, not the entire thing. I won't have a choice, will I? Fine. No, that's not gonna work. I think I'm going to have to remove all of this first. Before going... Normally just like doing that flips it. So in theory, I should start seeing if I start grabbing copper powder from here. I think I should start seeing impure copper powder make its way down. Of course, that supposes that it's processing. Seriously? Why is it still copper powder? Okay, let's try again. Uh-huh. Okay, so that's impure. I should start seeing like pure on one side, impure here, pure here. Yes. Would seem to be a yes. Okay. I see a pure here. And I'm waiting on a pure over here, I think. Yes, okay. That's good. That's very good. So... we've made a mess and a half. What is this bell? I don't get it. Ooh, we still made a pretty big negative. Right. I think... that's... not bad. You... oops. It kind of sounds like a shop bell. Yeah, but like it didn't used to make that sound and I don't know what it's for. Like my shop should in theory be completely automated, so I'm not sure what it means. You know? Alright, so purification is in process. Good. I'm thinking like this is full of bronzing gold probably. So, yep. Ah, here we go. Like one thing I don't understand about this kind of shop bell sounding thing is that sometimes it plays once, sometimes it plays twice, sometimes it doesn't play, so it's not just, oh, it's the night and it's the shop opening for the next day, right? It must mean that something has happened. but I don't know what. So I'm very puzzled by that. Right, so this entire thing is saturated with sulfur, which I suppose is a good thing. But in here we have a lot of iron guts. If we look... That's my iron sand here. I don't know that we're keeping up with the iron sand. I suppose the only way we will know is like if we eventually run out of iron sand. Right, so we are sending copper. Like this is processing. Uh, 5 per minute, 5 per minute. I am concerned I might have miscalculated. Like if you're making 5 per minute copper powder, or is it like a 50% probability of making 5? So like actually 2.5 per minute. If it's 2.5 I should be fine. If it's 5 per minute each, then I underestimated the amount of copper. I could probably manage to run an extra crucible and processor. What is this? Plant ash, okay. But even then, that wouldn't be enough, would it? And this is not running full time. Why isn't it actually? If right. Why is all the iron not getting ground into iron sand? I guess it just means Like all these grinders are stopped, so it means there's no iron behind. So I guess it's just an artifact of like not having enough sulfur being consumed. If I start consuming sulfur, I should start seeing more iron being ground. Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that then. Right, so I guess first things first, we could have like a buffer box. Possibly a priority input type of thing. Yeah. So priority merger. I messed that up. Oh gosh. Okay, we try again. Right. Okay, and if I put this in for a little while, it's going to stop consuming the black powder from build until it has emptied this spot. Okay, so that's all good. Let's have a look at my inventory. We're just going to get rid of whatever I don't need right now. The copper powder, the copper powder. One thing I forgot to restore is we do need to shoot money back across now that we've fixed the Athenators. cannot see up there. I'm going to need more boxes. Alright, perfect. So this all seems really good, honestly. We're starting to saturate even on pyrite, which is like the expensive one. The only thing that's slightly concerning is that we don't have enough fertilizer, but that's okay. I don't see this going down. I am kinda wondering if there isn't a stupid problem of the type of, hey, there's like something, some belt that's disconnected and so only half the build is running. Like this is empty. Can I see behind? It seems to me like only half the blenders are running. I'm going to need to go back inside the build. Dang it. Elevators are not cooperating with me today. No. Don't get lost. Okay, so I think we need to cut this and like put it over here. And then we go inside. Yeah, there's Yeah, there's a belt that's fishy. That's what I thought. Help? I'm stuck. Right. Get unstuck, please? So, no, I don't think it's both. I think it's just that one. Yeah. Okay. And now is this emptying? I am not entirely certain. I guess we'll see. The bell again. Ooh. Oh, wait. Yeah, I haven't finished buying. Yeah, we'll go. Hey, we made a profit today. So is this actually emptying now? I think it might be. Uh-huh. $19, $18, $17. Yeah, I think it's emptying finally. Okay, so now the build is actually running. Not like a quarter of the build, but the entire build. So that should also help this part of the build running. Look at this. Oh, we're producing a full belt at the moment. Like if I have... How many did I do? Did I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I did something like 2 per second, maybe? Possibly? So that would be a lot. Like with 2 builds, it's going to be like one full belt, basically. So a lot, a lot, a lot. All right. How are we doing here? I think we're good. We're coping with the amount of iron powder that's coming in. And given that the build is currently running full tilt, I think if you're coping with that, it's probably good. Guess we'll have to see long term. This is no full. So my money belts are finishing backfilling, but it's not that bad. Yeah. I think we have the build officially operational. That's pretty good. I love this. Let's remove the ugly sketch lines. Oh, come on. And here we go. This is my gunpowder build. Officially working. It is not yet feeding the base. That's something we need to do next time. There will be a little bit of infrastructure work involved because I have a concern that some builds, like steel for example, is currently using the fact that the fuel supply is gunpowder. So we'll need to redo all the steel supply. So yeah, that will be a slight concern that we'll have to address. And we'll need to see if there are other builds like that one. I don't think so, but I wouldn't want to bet. But yeah, this is officially working. This is very hype because that's going to be a great new source of power for the entire base. It should solve a lot of the power issues that we're having at the moment. And then I guess once this is fully working and fully operational, it will be onto a new type of fertilizer. Because yeah, growth potion is kind of one of the next steps. And growth potion is the new type of fertilizer that we need to produce. So, you know. I also noticed Black powder has a price, so we need to sell it too. We need to put it in the shop. So that's also gonna be in the cards. Sending it to the shop, sending it across the factory. So yeah. That's a decently large build. I like. This is not really illustrate either. That's like 2 items per second that are being produced. So, you know, if you look at the amount of fuel that's like 1200 fuel values, heat value per second. Whereas like a full belt of coke powder is barely that. This is 10 times a coke powder. Well, 5 times maybe. But still, like for the same amount of items being produced, we have 5 times more fuel. So that's gonna be large improvement. So yeah, very good progress today. I'm very happy with that. And I think that's where we're going to stop. It's been 8 hours. And it is 5 AM over here. So yeah, definitely need to stop. Let me save the game. Uh, 478. Well, I guess we're back on save 0. So that's like 21 streams in the game, I think. Approximately. Not bad, eh? So let's see who is streaming and who we shall raid. Ooh. What is Twitch recommending? Okay. Let me see. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's do a vibe check. Well, it's hard to do a vibe check if the streamer is speaking. Well, let's go and see. I guess. Hmm, that's a... No, let's go raid Meg. It's been a while since we raided Meg. You know what? Let's go raid Meg. All right. So, thank you everybody for being here today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you had a great time. If you are not following the channel, don't hesitate to drop a follow. It helps the channel a ton. It helps you find your way back here at no cost to you, and it more importantly lets you see when I'm streaming, what I'm streaming, these kinds of stuff. If you're already following and you want to get more involved in the community, you may not know, but I do have a Discord channel that you can join, and where we talk about all kinds of stuff. It's also where I keep you up to date if the schedule changes. My schedule can be fairly erratic. So, yeah, that's also the best place to know if I'm going to be streaming and when it's going to happen. I almost started the ads instead of of snoozing them. That would have been awkward. And if you want to find the VODs of the channel, I have a YouTube channel, and I think we're currently up to date on VODs, so I'm going to try to keep it that way. Uh, I'll do my best. Other than that, well, I guess I have a raid message for you. So, thank you everybody for being here today. Once again, I wish you all a great time zone. I need to start the raid. Here we go. So, yes, thank you everybody once again for being here. I do hope to see you next time. Next stream should be on Wednesday. And yeah, have a great time zone. Bye bye.